Se ci possiamo accomodare, grazie.
Please take a seat. Take a seat, please. So we also have to delete the famous fame of Italian delay, as I'm from Venetia, have an Austro-Hungarian background, so I like to be in time, and I ask always all my friends to be in time. And so in Italy, we have to spread the idea that we begin in time and we don't waste time. We are not the Club Med of Europe any longer. So first of all, thank you. Welcome. And for all those who are guests for the first time in Villa Lublin, this is a place that dates back to the beginning of last century, but it has a beautiful history in the 20th century because it was the headquarters of an academy, of International Academy of Agriculture, that was launched by a rich Canadian-American entrepreneur who studied the oscillation of the prices. He wanted to guarantee the right to protect the purchase power of the poor part of the population. In Italy, he asked King Victor Emmanuel the support. So the king built his place, and this is where this International Academy of Agriculture was established. And but the best thing of this academy is that at the end of the Second World War, the UN took the statue of this International Academy and turned it into the headquarters for FAO. And the first meetings of FAO were held in this place, in this meeting room. So today, as it is the 80th anniversary of the establishment of FAO, we'll do together a memory of this coming about of FAO in this headquarters, in this building, at the end of the 1940s. So this is a short story of this extraordinary place that is hosting now the National Council for Economy and Work, which is a constitutional body which has the task to advise the government and the parliament on the economic and social matters. We have a legislative initiative, so we can write bills, which is what we are doing. And we are the home of intermediate bodies. So this is my premise. You know, overture music was thought to welcome people while they were taking a seat. So the overture is finished. Welcome again. Welcome, 𝗕𝗿𝗶𝗃𝗃, President of EESC. With you, we want this day as a first appointment with many others that we'll do on the topic of AI. We have guests from 11 countries: Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Denmark, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Portugal, Spain, and Italy. So thanks everyone for being here. And respecting the interventions of the program, I greet my friend 𝗕𝗿𝗶𝗃𝗏, who is the General Administrator of the greatest Italian network, Ambrosetti, who will introduce us on the topic of on our topic today. I greet Sandra Party of EESC, who will intervene on artificial intelligence and the law, European law, then Franca Salis-Medenier, and his son, Ivan Pais, our counselor and person responsible for this event, for the scientific coordination, Devin Hallinan, Cesar Maurin, Luis Pais Antunes, Zorzina Rusinova, and Apostol Sirafis. We have the Vice President of CNEL, Claudio Risso, on my left-hand side. Ivana Pais already introduced her. And then I thank Daniele Bellase, a journalist of Il Sole 24 Ore, which is the most important European economic and financial newspaper, who will moderate the two panels. And I trust he will manage well the time. We have limited time, but we'll work in the best possible way. Those who want to have a break have to respect the time, so we have to for the break lunch we'll have to finish in time. So there are many topics with the common denominator, the will of continuity, to find the tune and opportunity and experiences to be compared. And this is the fruit of the awareness that the people who use AI, that is all of us, we are not isolated individuals, so to get together and to project solutions that can respond to our needs, to use collectively the technologies at hand. As president of CNEL, the House of Intermediate Bodies, I feel the responsibility to assert that it is necessary to promote an artificial intelligence that is participative by involving all workers, final users, the communities, to guarantee that AI and its solutions reflect the needs and the values and the expectations of people. This is the first key idea, key concept. So AI, a participative AI. So participative AI that values the contribution of the social partners in projecting the entrepreneurship and the assessment of its applications. The AI Act of the EU does not mention the social partners, and this is a doubtful point, and it only considers 150 of them in reference to the creation of a consultative forum that involves different stakeholders, but it doesn't explicitly mention the social partners. So this is an issue. And we have to solve this problem. A few minutes ago, I was discussing this with President 𝗕𝗵𝗃, because it is not enough, to talk about the stakeholders, the startups, the small and medium enterprises, the academic world, etc. Yeah, this the European definition, but it's not sufficient to us. We have a tradition, we have a culture of extraordinary tradition of European unions. Maybe we are leaders in the world from this point of view about the regulation, industrial regulation. In Brussels, we have an important center. So we want that such partners fully get into this issue through their contribution to the regulation of AI. So AI should value the contribution of the social partners in projecting, implementation, and assessment of its applications. This is what we Italians, or I consider it of paramount importance. Only with the participative contribution we can guarantee that AI is not only a technological issue, but also a factor of inclusivity and equity, inclusion and equality. That is why social cohesion and inclusion are the key ideas that in this moment are essential. This is a contribution that the old Europe can give. I never loved the trivial rhetorical sentences saying, oh, America invests, China copies, and Europe just regulates. Now, this is a trivialization of a description of the world, of a vision of the world. Europe has a very important role in good regulation, because we cannot only live, there are good rules and bad rules, you know, also good and bad regulation. In industrial society must be inclusive. We have to promote cohesion and growth. And this besides investment, simplification, efficiency, etc. That is why regulation and social cohesion are the indispensable keys in this historical unique moment. Just a step backward. At the beginning of the 19th century, groups of young people went around in the British countryside destroying mechanical
di un mitico leader.
Mechanical looms. They did it in the name of, you know, they were invented by that loom. And the government in that time replied in a strong way, that is by hanging many of these destroyers of mechanical looms. And this lasted for almost 20 years, went ahead for 20 years. Then at 1822 or 23, the trade unions were established. This is the sequence of our experience of 2 centuries, 19th and 20th centuries. Technology, Ludism. So the risk is to go through a neo-Ludism. That is something we have to avoid, but neo-Ludism can be avoided through the intermediate bodies, that it is through civil society, with social partners. This is the contribution of our Europe, besides the investment, Draghi report, later report, etc. So regulation is the crucial issue for stability, in order to ensure an equal and sustainable distribution of the gains of productivity coming from technological progress. This is the key. Distribution, equal, effective, and inclusive distribution of the profits of that is a consequence of the introduction of new technologies. So regulation in order to ensure social cohesion. So clear words, without being carried away by the rhetoric, innovative rhetorics. So some key words, because social cohesion means economic growth, it means productivity in a virtuous circle. We need a good regulation, so virtuous, concrete, and effective. Mario Draghi launched the alarm in his report, a strong alarm, and quote his words: we are self-destroying, we are killing our own companies, and the complexity of norms and the risk of overlapping can be a great break. Today, the European Union has 100 laws on tech and more than 270 authorities of regulation in digital networks in all member states. So this is not good regulation. This is bad regulation. So stop to fragmentation, stop to bureaucratic barriers. We must have a harmonized regulation in order to promote competitiveness on a European level. So I'm going to conclude. The digital revolution was launched by AI, and it has to be considered a window of opportunity for Europe. And this is to be based on the role of intermediate bodies, the role of social partners, that is the networks I used to say. Today more than ever, those who have a network, they have a treasure. And if a country or a community has many networks that can dialogue with each other, then they have a treasure to the X power. This is what we need to manage transitions: digital transition, environmental transition, and demographic transition. You can think what would be the management of these huge transitions without a civil society, with the desertification of intermediate bodies, with political leadership that are far away from people, and they just exploit people and nothing in the middle, with very low rate of participation in vote. And this is a disastrous horizon. We have to be able to manage transitions. That is of paramount importance. So from the CNEL, we have this proposal being launched with the word taken from Hannah Arendt, an analytical mechanism to sense and measure and assess the economic and social applications of AI. Of course, we'll propose this experience to all our European partners. This database, and Ivana Pais will talk about this topic. Not in order to foresee the future on the basis of hypothetical patterns, but on the basis of applications of AI that are concrete in companies, in services, in our daily life. So this is it. I want to conclude by mentioning Lord Kelly, the one of the Kelvin grades. He said, we cannot improve what we cannot measure. And also he said, we cannot govern what cannot be measured. So we want to measure, to assess, to analyze the impact of AI while things are taking shape, in order to be able to assess them and govern them. So in a simple way, express this, and we can do that, the intermediate bodies can do that, and these institutions are able to do this. So up with the AI, up with a participatory AI, up with intermediate bodies for more productivity, more growth, and more rights, and more social cohesion, and more welfare, more well-being. This must be our aim. So have good work to all of you.
Yes, buongiorno and good morning to everybody. And first of all, good morning and thank you very much, President Brunetta, for this very warm welcome and this inspiring speech. I can tell you that we met already before the opening of this meeting, and we found out that we share a lot of views about today's topic, and therefore I said I can probably keep my speech very short and could simply agree with the president. But I have, of course, also contributions from our side. But it was really inspiring to see that we share a lot of the same ideas when it comes to the emergency of artificial intelligence and industrial relations, because this is the topic of today. But first of all, let me really thank you for the invitation here to Rome and to CNEL. It is not the first time that I'm here in this building, and I have to say, when I come, it's always two feelings that I have, two impressions. First of all, I'm overwhelmed and impressed, of course, by Rome and by this building. At the same time, we have a certain, let's say, jealousy, because we are coming from Brussels sovereign institutions. So we have different buildings, we have a bit of a different culture, but it's always good to be here in this historical building, and where we can share also this big tradition of intermediate bodies here in Italy. And this is the point that you mentioned at the very beginning and at the end. I think it is more than ever important and necessary that we have intermediate bodies, that we have bodies like CNEL, like the EESC, in a time of a certain crisis of democracy, where we can see that many citizens do not feel well represented, and they challenge our systems. And I think here it is our role as civil society representatives, as social partners, to bridge this gap. This is the very origin function of our bodies. And once again, I think the debate today comes very timely, and I would like to thank you, President Brunetta, once again for this. So, dear President, dear councillors of the National Council for Economic and Labour, CNEL, dear Director Valerio De Molli, dear representatives from academia and Catholic Church, dear members of the EESC and of the national councils, dear colleagues, distinguished guests. I noted really with satisfaction that during the last couple of years, the cooperation between our committee, the EESC, and the CNEL has been improving. And this is really reflected also in the very good relationship established between our respective teams, and in the increasing flow of information and promotion of CNEL's work on our National Economic and Social Council's collaborative platform. And I would like to thank you for this. Grazie. I'm also pleased to have the opportunity to listen to the wide variety of stakeholders invited today, representing different perspectives on this topic. I met yesterday the Labour Minister, Marina Calderone, because she is also a former member of the European Economic and Social Committee. And it was a very good debate, not only about artificial intelligence, but also about artificial intelligence and the state of play of dialogue, of social dialogue. And I think this makes this topic so important for us, and today's discussion so important for us, because we are facing two challenges at the same time: the emerging artificial intelligence, its impact on the world of labor, but on the other hand side, even without artificial intelligence, we are facing a crisis of industrial relations in many countries worldwide, a lack of dialogue, a lack of social dialogue. And I think to bring this together is really a big challenge, but I'm sure that we will get a lot of inspirations today from all the contributions from all the colleagues that will take the floor. Because the rapid development of artificial intelligence is not merely reshaping industries, but really redefining the future of work itself. And this transformation holds great potential to drive economic growth, enhance productivity, and create new job opportunities. However, it also raises critical challenges, for example, in terms of job replacement, and when algorithmic management is used, and that demands a collective strategic response. During the last G7 summit, and this we discussed also yesterday with the minister, the G7 summit in Italy, the social partners issued a joint declaration which the EESC supports. It states that the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence systems, including generative AI, is undoubtedly one of the most significant trends affecting the world of work and our societies. If this change is for the better or for the worst, it will depend on the policies and regulatory frameworks adopted by policymakers, and social dialogue plays a key role in this regard. As we navigate this unprecedented AI era, collaboration is key. Collaboration is key between governments, employers, workers, their representatives, and civil society. And in this context, national economic and social councils and our committee, the EESC, play an indispensable role. And therefore, I'm really happy that we are all here, also the national councils. Our institutions are pivotal in shaping AI policies and advising policymakers on balancing innovation with ethical considerations, safeguarding social cohesion, and promoting inclusion. Today, and this was mentioned by the President, several colleagues from the EESC will provide detailed insights into our collective work in this important policy, notably through 3 recent opinions, 2 adopted in October at the request of the European Commission, and 1 just a few days ago at our EESC plenary in January, including 1 requested by the Polish EU presidency. These opinions reflect our active engagement with the EU institutions on this subject. When we adopted our opinion this week, we had a very inspiring debate, also controversial debate, with Executive Vice President Mińczato from the European Commission and with Vice Minister 𝗕𝗿𝗂𝗂 from Poland. And I think this is the way forward, that we work together with the institutions and also with the council presidencies to move forward with this debate. And I'm really grateful that the EESC is more and more heavily involved in this debate. We are tasked with exploratory opinions that we present then in council meetings, in ministerial conferences. So this makes sure that our opinions really have impact on policymakers. And this is of course our main objective as EESC, and in this respect, it is so important to have this debate here today. Because currently the EU finds itself in a very challenging situation. On the one hand, with the adoption of the AI Act in June 2024, ensuring a legal framework, upholding fundamental rights and increasing citizens' trust, the EU is in a leading position in the regulation of AI. The AI Act, the most and first horizontal regulatory framework for artificial intelligence, underscores this leadership by establishing a risk-based classification system to ensure that trust and innovation can coexist effectively. On top of that, sectoral regulations in mobility, healthcare, and beyond highlight Europe's commitment to tailoring AI governance to specific industries, safeguarding ethical integrity while fostering a reliable exchange of data and economic growth. On the other hand, the EU is behind the other global players like the US and China with regard to AI development, uptake, patents, investments, and attracting and keeping talent. While other powers may lead in funding, Europe distinguishes itself through collaboration and ethical innovation. Initiatives like the AI on-demand platform, AI factories, and funding under Horizon Europe and the Digital Europe program are driving this effort. It is our hope that the priorities of the new European Commission, including launching initiatives like the AI Research Council and the AI Apply Strategy, will reinforce Europe's strategic position in leveraging AI for economic and societal benefit. At the same time, I'm very pleased that the Commission has announced among its priorities an initiative on algorithmic management and more generally the defense of the human in command principle. The EESC, as the voice of European civil society, has been advocating this principle since as early as 2008 and has played a pivotal role in advancing the AI debate. We have contributed extensively to the development of the AI Act, calling for an appropriate balance between innovation and the safeguarding of rights. Furthermore, we closely cooperate with international organizations, for example, with the ILO, as partners of the Global Coalition for Social Justice, to promote a socially just artificial intelligence, and we will have a joint high-level event on the 3rd of February on this topic. The AI Act has triggered broad discussions about regulatory approaches to fast-emerging technologies. In our latest opinion, the EESC insists that legislative initiatives or any other initiatives adapting existing law should address the gaps in the protection of workers' rights and ensure that humans remain in control in all human-machine interactions. In this respect, social dialogue plays a crucial role in preserving fundamental rights and promoting trustworthy AI in the world of work. Together, we can ensure that artificial intelligence becomes a force for sustainable development and social equity. As we shape AI policies, we must align with the principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights, ensuring fair working conditions, robust social protection, and equal opportunities in our evolving digital economy. These principles are our compass, guiding us through the challenges and opportunities that AI presents. And to conclude, I'm convinced that more than ever, by fostering dialogue, we can shape robust policies for a future where artificial intelligence is aligned with European values and goals, supporting humanity and strengthening the fabric of our societies. In this respect, I'm convinced that we will play an important role in this competition, and that the handling of and the use of artificial intelligence in Europe can and must boost the competitiveness of our economy. So let's really use this opportunity to lead with vision and integrity. And I'm sure this will be the spirit of the debate of today. And once again, President Brunetta, thank you very much for this initiative. I look forward to the debate today and to our reinforced collaboration in the next month. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Thank you so much. And just to leave the floor to our friend Valerio De Molli, who is CEO of the European House Ambrosetti. He will make an introduction to our theme. And because he has such a large experience in this extraordinary network, European House Ambrosetti, this is actually leveraging on cultures and European and national projects. So, thank you, Valerio. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your contribution. And after Valerio De Molli, we'll leave the floor to Daniele Bellasio, who will moderate the two panels. Valerio De Molli, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you very much for involving me. Thank you. Welcome to all of you. Let me first underline and make a couple of remarks before introducing the report of AI for Work towards a manifesto for artificial intelligence and labor in Italy. This is a very important work that we did for Microsoft, and Professor Brunetta in this fantastic institute hosted panels that involved trade unions and businesses. Before getting to the content of the report that as you will see, will be inspired to Mike Bloomberg, who used to say, "I believe in God, all the others must bring me the numbers, facts." So I'll give you lots of facts to help you reason on that, ponder on that, over that. CNEL, which is regulated by Article 99 of the Italian Constitution, which has been established more than 65 years ago. It has not been so bright in the political institutional debate as in the last 2 years when Renato was president. So maybe Brunetta was European member of Parliament for about a decade. For 20 years, he was a member of Parliament, Italian Parliament. He was minister twice, and he's a researcher, he's a scholar, and attentive policymaker. If you allow me to say so. So congratulations for your job, for what you do for our country and for Europe. Now let me get into the details of this work. Very quickly, I will describe European House Ambrosetti. Renato has already said something. Anyway, European House Ambrosetti, which is also referred to as a 𝗕𝗏 group, is a professional group of over 300 people developing more than 300 strategic and scenario studies, many of these in the technological field and some on artificial intelligence. I will talk about that soon. It's an honor that President of Italian Republic celebrated us with a stamp in our 50 years anniversary as in the category excellencies of the nation's knowledge, national knowledge. So we are referred to as excellence in establishing bilateral virtuous relationships. And this was signed by Draghi and Mattarella. And we are happy to have supported G20 and G7 throughout these different international presidencies. But I don't want to dwell upon this because you may find all information about us in our website. But I would like to talk about the theme AI for work. So a number of titles of research that we conducted, you see some mentioned here. They're available, and Professor Brunetta may help you find this. A for towards a manifesto for artificial intelligence and labor in Italy. Well, here there was this goal, this ambitious objective to understand benefits and impact of AI on the creation of added value and the impact on labor, having in mind the direction that the president mentioned, that is inclusiveness and sustainability. Some methodological characteristics relative to the work that we have conducted and the numbers we have processed through with respect to the Italian labor market. Well, 360 tasks are analyzed with a proprietary impact model developed by my team. Just think that in the database, in a huge database, we have 88 different economic sectors according to RAV2, 40 jobs analyzed, 18 types of tasks in the taxonomy developed by 𝗕RC of European Commission. So we have this huge database, and we have then conducted a survey of 108 companies of different sizes. And because we want to know what is the impact, registered by these companies that are implementing AI, then we have created an algorithm to measure ads on LinkedIn, which has analyzed 500,000 million research job demands for about 1 year. And we have an interpretation link on LinkedIn. So how many jobs were searched? And then we had some roundtables and panels that we have organized under the leadership of Professor Brunetta here at CNEL. The content of this manifesto are in these 4 logical categories: revolution of generative AI, development of regulation and ethical and social aspects, impact on employment and new skills in the era of artificial intelligence, and then the manifesto that we established to complete our work. Over the past 3 decades, we have seen, we have witnessed technological revolution, because in the 2000, the first digital native businesses are established. PayPal develops in 2000, Wikipedia 2002, LinkedIn 2003, 2004, Facebook 2005, YouTube 2007, Airbnb, and I could continue on that. And there was a growing acceleration in the first decade. In the second decade, 2010s, this has been characterized by technological acceleration, digital acceleration in manufacturing, led by Germany with the Industrial Plan 4.0, which was adopted by other European countries. It was the era of Internet of Things, big data, advanced robotics, 4G, and web and machine learning. And I could continue. And the third decade, there is a new acceleration, a new revolution. OpenAI launches ChatGPT, and there is the revolution which is ongoing. And to give you an idea of the incredible acceleration, we should consider that in just 2 months, ChatGPT reached 100 million of monthly users. No technological platform had such an accelerating growth, such an incredible growth increase. If we look at the number of years to achieve the first billion dollars turnover, and now we have reached $4 billion turnover. So this has been a real breakthrough. How many jobs were lost? Well, if we confine ourselves to the labor market, we can't say that jobs were created. We are at an unprecedented data for jobs, because here we have data up to 2023, and because of course this is done for analysis purposes. So we had 23,600,000 jobs in 2023. Now we have 24 million, and so it's still growing. It's an increasing trend. And the impact was different according to the factors, to the sectors. The manufacturing industry lost 3.57 employment, and agriculture 0.84%. But the other industries actually made up for this lacks. So the technological impact of AI revolution was not negative in terms of job creation, generally speaking, but how does it reflect into the different sectors, into the different industries? You see that 1.9 million professional activity, 752 catering, accommodation, healthcare 607, 70, while in manufacturing, where we have negative figures, where actually the negative, we only some industries are have a negative sign, that is textile, wood, and non-metal minerals. So how can we better understand the impact of AI on Italy? We have to use a scientific approach and to see what are concrete implications. We can, so this is the method that we used. Just think of the technical depth of this work, of this survey, and to measure concrete implications. 88 economic sectors classified by NACE Rev 2 have then put in 17, and 40 jobs, 40 professions have been grouped into 9 macro families. Then using the 18 types of tasks from JRC, and through the so we have conducted this survey with companies, and we were able to understand what is the level of adoption of AI, and from this we were able to understand what was the impact on jobs and impact on working hours that were reduced. Now we see the impact on productivity, because above 25% is high impact. Obviously, here we have financial activities, ICT medium impact, between 25 and 20%. This is shown in the slide, and I'm showing you, where from education to trade, electricity, public administration, professional activities, real estate, and then low impact under 20%. And then by professional category, where the highest impact is for employees, and then managers, independent workers, leaving, and while agricultures and blue collars have lower impact, had lower impact. So the 10 jobs that were mostly impacted are to be found in the services sector, as you can see from this slide, and especially financial services and real estate. Well, if we look at the lowest impact, the workers of the mining sector are the least impacted. 792 are the professional categories that we have analyzed and mapped. So it was really huge work. So by applying econometric algorithms of the Italian ecosystem, industrial ecosystem, because we did that for Italy, we have seen what is the impact on working hours. For trade, more than 1,000 hours, manufacturing 900. What does that mean? So this yearly hours compared to the labor structure. So it means that the industry that was mostly affected is public administration, because there are many employees with 539 hours per capita released for this real estate, 462 ICT, 376, on average 38 days per employee. And if we turn this into added value, because it's like a pendulum, because you may have added value. So the impact, there might be a negative or positive impact. So we can consider these two extremes of the area of impact. 312 billion euro added value per year. That is 18.2% of GDP. So this pendulum brings us, you see in this slide, from 312 billion euros of potential added value. I apologize. Yes, he's speaking quite fast. He's trying to. I hope that you have understood so far, but I cannot repeat what I have said so far. Okay, so the impact is on 3.2 million people that are potentially redundant or who, instead of working 5 full days, will work less than 5 full days per week. So here we have the different pieces of the puzzle to assess the impact. In this pendulum between the best case scenario and worst case scenario, of course, we wonder whether this 3.2 million people is a disaster on 22 people employed. Well, for Italy, we have to consider the demographic picture. And if you introduce the demographic pictures, the projections made by our consultants, our advisors, keeping retirement levels and labor participation, because we know that there is a low labor participation in Italy, and the scenario is dramatic for female workers, the worst for Europe. So there are several variables that may impact this model, but the gap at 2040 with a low birth rate and a low rate of entry into the labor market of young people, obviously. So the gap that we have is 3.7 million, and practically this makes up for the negative impact of artificial intelligence. So we should not be worried. And out of 312 billion added value, you may assume that a part of the value added generated will increase, will be aimed at increasing salaries, wages. So here we are assuming a possible 20% increase in wages. Italy, unfortunately, just look at OECD data. It's the only country that reduced wage in 30 years. So magically, artificial intelligence may contribute to increase wages in our country. And in this big scenario, the demographic trend with 3.7 million workers less at 2040 due to the demographic structure, and 3.2 that have been impacted by artificial intelligence, you see that the impact is not, should not worry us. And there is an increasing pressure on value, but a decreasing pressure on time. So here we can decide which way to take and how to best manage allocation and allocate working value. Okay, in the report you will find all the details of our survey, but here there is a question: can you indicate an estimate relative to impact on productivity from generative AI introduction in your adoption in your company? You see from the chart, the bar chart, that there is a high impact with so the high there is a high expected impact. So this slide is quite self-explanatory. Okay, then we are wondering, and once again, I confine myself to Italy. To what extent is Italy ready for the digital revolution? Well, according to DISCORSO index, relative DISCORSO index, well, the countries not so ready, half and half ready, half not ready, and like reddish, because you see in terms of skills and digital public services, we're lagging behind better for digital infrastructure and for a digital transformation of businesses, especially large businesses. As to diffusion of skills in terms of AI in main OECD countries, and it's difficult to keep talents from this viewpoint. In the next few minutes, I will show you the analysis from the algorithm that we have created from web scraping to understand what's happening, to understand on LinkedIn to what happens to job offered, and I'll get to the end of the story because I don't have time to provide you with too many numbers or details. At the end of the day, the result is that 6.16% of ads posted on LinkedIn between May 15, 24 and January 25. The job offers are associated with AI-related skills. So there is a high rate of job offers, but there is mismatching of skills with respect to job demands. And so I am done with this manifesto, and this is the structure. So in order to understand, we think that it's important to have a permanent observatory, which might be established at the European level that can adopt this method and that monitors it in its developments to understand what are the implications. This can be done for individual countries, for each of the 27 EU countries. So there is a department to prevent and mitigate human in the loop, i.e. responsible upskilling and reskilling. There are many skills missing for Italy, unfortunately, but this applies also to other countries to redistribute active role of private individuals and companies, social policies to protect. Professor Brunetta asked me to focus on the methodological aspects and the impact rather than proposals of our manifesto. So I will close as the Chinese saying says, if someone enjoys shadow in sunny day, it's because someone planted a tree years before. And I think that groups associated with CNEL and the groups that you represent, it's important to plant a tree today to rule and govern the implications of this phenomenon that from the analysis, the survey that we carried out is but a threat to labor. Thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Valerio. Okay, thank you. You did stick to your time limit, and I would like to, we are 10 minutes late. So Daniele Bellasio, the moderator for the two panels. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is not easy because Professor Brunetta was very good as a chairman. He did stick to his time. So I asked the rapporteurs to stick to their time. I would like to thank Valerio De Molli, always very clear, President Rock and President Brunetta, because you're making CNEL, even though you are a researcher, or maybe because you are a researcher and a scholar, you are making CNEL an active and proactive subject in the society and setting and focusing on social and economic issues. Sole 24 Ore, in Sole 24 Ore, there was an initiative on labor and prisons that was associated with your work. And I would like to thank for the new approach to this country, because we have talked about AI, but with much pessimism, which with many concerns, and more from an ethical and moral viewpoint. But anyway, I am happy that he mentioned the risk of neoluddism initially. So I love this theme, and I'm very happy to I'll be very happy to listen to you, to our rapporteurs, and the whole morning will be live on the website of Sole 24 Ore. In this first part, we'll develop 3 macro themes with rapporteurs, with speakers from EESC, to understand what can be done in Europe after regulation, because Europe was rapid in regulating. Yeah, this may be a merit. There might be risks, and US goes very fast. The first thing that Donald Trump did was to eliminate the executive order made by President Biden on artificial intelligence and announce investment of $500 billion to create data centers in Texas. And this is the same amount that the Draghi report requested as a minimum per year to manage the 2 transition, digital and ecological transition. We are discussing it. And so President Trump, this is what he did. For the time being, it's only 100 billion, but he will involve OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, funds of the Arab Emirates. So they're running very fast across the ocean. And at this point, I would like, I ask the speakers to stick to their 10 minutes time limit, because then we will have Q&A session. So what should we do after the AI Act? So I leave the floor to the president of EESC, Sander Perti.
Thank you very much to our moderator. Thank you also for the invitation to CNEL for having me here. I'm very glad to be in Rome and see some sun. I'm usually based in Brussels, so I don't often have the opportunity to do that. I very much enjoy also the historic atmosphere of the city, also of this building. But I'm even more happy about this exchange that we have today on artificial intelligence, that we have an opportunity to discuss this, to really hear from so many different national debates, where the different societies are in their exchanges. And I think this is really the key for managing the digital transition and avoiding the neoluddism, as was explained so nicely by President Brunetta. This is part of managing digital transition, having an exchange and really trying to understand where do our constituents, where do the groups that we represent, where the circles in which we're moving see issues, see problems, but also see opportunities. I am in the European Economic and Social Committee, the president of the section that deals with the internal market, which also includes the digital single market and also AI. I had the chance to author an opinion on general purpose AI, so looking at the building blocks of the AI technology, at the models behind it, how are they developed, who are the actors in this field. We had very interesting exchanges. We had hearings. We heard from different parts of the stakeholder groups. We heard from developers. We heard from industry, but we also heard, of course, from trade unions. We heard from the United Nations, from the OECD, from really a global perspective, showing that this is not something that only we here in the EU continue to discuss, but also elsewhere. It's very much on the agenda, and it is important that we are also aware of these developments elsewhere, that we do not do this isolated, especially given that, of course, as we have heard, we are not necessarily the continent, we are not necessarily, unfortunately, the part of the economy that is driving a lot of the developments behind it. We have found in our exchanges a lot of the points that have already been mentioned here today, and I think a lot of the things are already familiar to you. I don't really need to repeat many things. You would not be here if you had not been part of these debates before. We discussed, in our opinion, we discussed about the need for investment in the EU. It was just mentioned that there is a huge investment drive in the US, and that of course will make a difference, that of course will change things even faster. So we also need to find the framework in the EU to ensure that we get investments, that we get a secure connectivity, that we get a resilient backbone infrastructure here in the EU. All of this you certainly have heard already in your own debates, and it's not necessarily something that is super new, but we need to, you know, come together and actually act on all of this. So what I do want to raise today is a very crucial point from our discussions and for the EU, that to be of any relevance in this AI development, we really need to take a differentiated approach. We must really avoid to lump together too many different aspects of this debate. We are sometimes at risk of addressing B2B, so business to business developments, in the same way as we address business to consumer, B2C discussions. We do not need to put machine generated data like sensors for water treatment plants or weather stations. We don't need to treat them, these data generated by these machines and in these contexts, we don't need to treat them in the same way as we need to treat sensitive personal data. And we need to avoid to fall in this trap of doing this all the time and creating a kind of difficult mélange, difficult mix that does not help us to address the real issues when it comes to the discussion about the workplace. Data collected in the health sector to better identify illnesses or to find patterns that could help us predict diseases. It's important that we have these data. It's important that those working on these developments have access to these data and can share them. So those are the things that we have to be certain we enable here in Europe, that we have business possibilities. We've seen in the study that we currently have running in the EESC that, of course, the EU has a lot of important stakeholders and actors that are very active in AI development, especially in the automotive sector, especially when it comes to clean industry, especially when it comes to health, and also when it comes to education. So we have these sectors where we can develop also European leadership, but we have to allow for this. We must not mix this with concerns that are right, with concerns about social media algorithms that lure especially young people into spending hours and hours on their social media accounts. We also have to separate this from debates on AI supported advertisement and from debates about AI in the workplace. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to discussing AI, when it comes to identifying business development opportunities linked to AI. And on the other hand, when it comes to addressing harmful aspects of AI related potentially to the workplace. The EU, obviously, as the question is, what are we doing? The EU is addressing this in this AI Act. It's developing codes of practices. It's inviting views from all stakeholders to contribute. And I think, again, this is important to do. And we also do this in our own opinion. So the one that we also contribute to this consultation process is happening on the European level. In our opinion, we also underline the importance of EU values, such as transparency, such as sustainability, such as human rights that need to be also considered. But we will only actually be able to enforce all this in the EU if we are actually a player globally. If we in the EU do not have anything to contribute, if we are the ones that are the takers of technology developed elsewhere, developed on values that do not align with ours, we have a bit of a problem. Also, we have a problem, as was also just shown in the studies, when it comes to people having the skills. We have a talent gap in the EU on digital skills. So one key issue that definitely needs to be addressed on the national level is developing skill programs that allow us to have the resources in the EU, in the member states, to actually make AI in the EU, have AI made in Europe, have supply chains in Europe. So we do underline the necessity to address the potential threats to workers, but we also underline that we have to come up with solutions. And those solutions are retraining programs, they are social support mechanisms, they are also skill development. So to make people understand where their data are used, how they can control this, where their own sensitive data are not being used. All of this needs to be part of an education process, and it's part of the whole management of the transition. So I really want to underline that from our point of view, this is the key thing that we have a differentiated debate about these topics, that we do have the code of practices for the developers, but of course that only helps if we actually develop it here in Europe. And it only works if we have the resources on the national level and on the European level to be able to check algorithms, to be able to check new models. And that means the skills. And that means we need to train people. And that means we need to manage all this in a coordinated way. We have to pool our resources and we have to ensure that there are enough. Of course, we need investments in these areas. And I think that's really one of the other key messages: investments in education, in training people, in having the infrastructure will be part and parcel of us having any type of leadership role when it comes to AI development in the workplace as well as business cases. Don't want to stress my speaking time limits too much, so I will come to an end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. La sottolineatura del...
Yeah, the coordination of investments was also mentioned in Prime Minister Draghi. According to Eurostat data, reported 13.5% of European companies in 2024 had strongly implemented AI. Italy is half ranking and the mid part of the ranking, but of course individual workers and managers use them regardless of their choice of their own company. So it's a question of impact on workers. And now we will listen to Franca Salis-Madinier, who is SOC Section Vice President of EESC. Please, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm of Italian origin. I'm proud to be here at CNEL for the second time. I've already been here, and I actually took the floor on the same topic in 2018 when we were talking about coordination of national plans on AI in Europe. Oliver spoke about adoption of opinion. The opinion was adopted the day before yesterday in Brussels. Yesterday there was a debate with Mizziato and Vice President of President, Minister of Labor of Poland. And it was a very interesting debate, a very lively debate, but as in every lively debate, there were some issues and disputes. Before getting to the topic of the opinion, I would like to say something, kind of in philosophical terms, so to say. Now, the question of such a powerful, disruptive technology that can be referred to as game changer. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is it any better? Better? Is it better? Can you hear me now? Great. Apologies. So I was saying, the general issue when we speak of this technology that we refer to as intelligence, and this word should not be associated with human intelligence, because it's not human intelligence. It's rather statistical and mathematical intelligence. And it's important to understand that it's not only a technical question. That is, we do not have to confine it to this context. It's a social question. It's a human question. It's issue that we have, because as human beings, we ask ourselves questions. In which society do you want to live? How do we want to use this technology? And I think that this is a prerequisite of our discussion. When we discuss these issues, we have to take this into account. Thank you, President Brunetta, for organizing this debate. I take part in debate because in France, many people want to understand, trade unions want to understand, citizens want to understand, and want to choose, of course. Having said this, so my opinion was based on the work of many experts, because the horizon was 2035, and we were imagining some scenarios. So which scenario we should choose, that is the ideal scenario, and which scenario should be avoided. So it was fed by 40 experts coming from all Europe, from universities, academia, NGOs, labor market, and we organized this work as this activity as a workshop. One of the so as I was saying, an important scenario, Europe promoted a very important legislative effort to prevent risks at the workplace to guarantee human control. Remember that Europe in 2018 underlined the fundamental principle: human beings must control this technology. So the last word, the last say is to human beings. So we have the last word. This is a principle, and it's more and more difficult to stick to it now. But why is it important? It's important for companies. It's important for all partners and all stakeholders. It's important that there is a social acceptance and confidence and trust in these systems, because this is the prerequisite for this technology to develop without hindrances, without barriers. Because if there are concerns, fears, barriers. There will be opposition and things will not go smoothly. So this is in the interest of everyone, control, trust, social acceptance of this technology will facilitate its spread, its dissemination. So we have to make all possible efforts to meet all these needs and this criteria. Okay, one of the most important tools is this, and I would like to stress here that this was one of the most important points of the report that we submitted to President Macron in March last year. It's a report drawn up by a commission I was a member of. It was a commission including companies, Google, Meta, for example, Dassault, and other companies and researchers. I was the only trade unionist, but in one of the initial recommendations of this report, we state that social dialogue is the milestone. I don't know if you say pietra angolare in Italian. Anyway, it's the milestone on which we build and develop artificial intelligence. And this ideal scenario that we have created with the support of European Commission during these workshops, it states that this robust dialogue involving workers' representatives in every phase of development and application of AI tools, this is of paramount importance to reduce risks and to exploit its potential so as there would be benefits for all workers and for the companies. So social dialogue must be the basis. Okay, so in my opinion, I say that social dialogue today in Europe does not come up to the standard required. I don't know if you have examples in Italy. Well, in France, I can tell you that in France, which is a country which has high lively activity of dialogue and negotiation. I can say that out of 1,000 collective agreements, labor collective agreements in France, there is one out of 1,000. There is only one that mentions in a little paragraph artificial intelligence. So we cannot say that today the dialogue on this technology is so widespread. What we see in Europe, and this is not good, we see in Europe that now there are legislative initiatives. There is one in Italy. I know that there is a bill that I think is being examined by the Senate. There is one in Germany. Germany enacted a federal law on regulation of data protection in the labor world. So to adjust it to the labor world, there are laws in Spain, so acts in Spain. And we see that in Europe, now we have a fragmented kind of landscape, and this is not what we need. It's important to have homogeneity throughout the European territory. So companies should abide by the same rules everywhere. So if workers are protected in Bulgaria, they should be protected in France and vice versa. We cannot have inequalities in terms of protection depending on the country where the worker lives and works. So this is a forward premise that I make. And in my opinion, I say that we should have a single intelligent legislative instrument which helps negotiate, which helps develop social dialogue on this technology, because at the moment the social dialogue is very shy, so to say. Okay, now another 1 billion question is what is the impact of AI on my job? Elon Musk at Bletchley Park, when UK organized the World AI Summit in 2023, he's not the inventor of OpenAI. So Mr. Musk asked for a moratorium because he was saying, well, this technology is too dangerous, but simply because it did not come from it. So he was not it was not him creating it. So at Bletchley Park, he said, well, this is the end of work. There is no more need to work. Well, he's always very blunt and straightforward in his statements. Let's see if this is true. Okay, I would like to tell you, to talk about two aspects, the impact on quality and working conditions, and the impact on employment. Now, of course, as any technology, it is ambivalent, so to say. That is, it will have benefits and drawbacks, positive results. Yes, of course, there would be benefits for work because we can reduce time-consuming activities such as managing a huge number of emails. This can be done. This can be done by the system in an intelligent way, or drafting reports of meetings, starting. I apologize for the typos. Anyway, yes, drafting job cards, or analyzing, synthesizing a huge amount of data and documents, creating imaging, video contents, podcasts, graphic logos for marketing campaigns, and so on and so forth. With productivity, we can do better in less time. However, there are drawbacks or non-positive effects. For example, there has been an important survey which was carried out by Foundation of the Progressive Studies that was published in October last year. It was carried out in 3 Nordic countries using AI, which have been used AI for a long time, Norway and Sweden and Denmark. And in different professional activities, transport, banks, insurance, healthcare, and so on and so forth. And what was the result of this survey? What is underlined in the survey, the negative, the drawbacks of this survey is that there is use of bracelets to measure working performance, then allocation of work shifts, automated allocation of work shifts, which have a negative impact on mental health and human control on work. And so there is loss of autonomy. And for example, this system, one of the systems that was mentioned in this study, one of the systems is that of collecting urban waste in Finland. So this was deciding an itinerary, a route that the worker had to follow, which would allot a certain time to do that. But the problem is that the system did not take into account a little detail: winter in Finland. So roads, ice, and snow, which means that the established time. I would like to stress that because this had to be done, that task had to be done within that time limit, would not take into account the weather conditions. So you see inconsistencies because there is no more human control. Or actual experience work. Let's make an experiment. Let's try it in different seasons. So you see, quality. Well, there are positives and negatives. So this is another bar chart. One of the thousands of charts that exist, but you see the differences when we say what are the jobs that could be eliminated or threatened by AI. Well, here we don't have a trade union forecast. Goldman Sachs 12%, McKinsey 14%. International Monetary Fund 30%. The commission that I was a member of 5.5. You see that nobody knows anything exactly. We have just 1 minute, if it's possible. Yep. And this is data from OIT, which suggests that there is 24% uncertainty in countries, high-income countries like Western countries. So 147 million jobs where we don't know what will happen. So there is total uncertainty. And this is just to give you an idea. But what is important, and I'm concluding now, what is really important is that effects on employment depend on the purpose of the introduction of this technology. I mean, if this technology aims at achieving high profits, obviously one of the trends will be wild automation that will displace human beings. So if this is the purpose, if this is the goal, then the same tool may have negative effects. But if the company or the organization adopts this instrument, this technology, because they want to change labor organization, because they want to have a better productivity, quality of productivity, because I want to innovate to have new products, then the effects will not be negative, because on the contrary, AI will help support human activity and complement human activity, and will not automatically reduce the number of jobs. So as in all breakthroughs, in all revolutions, Dr. Brunetta mentioned one, but industrial revolution, well, in industrial revolution, actually wealth did not benefit anyone. The workers could capitalize on industrial revolution when trade unions were established, when workers could negotiate better working conditions, which is the same here. So the presence of trade unions and organized workers is very important to do so that the way this technology is introduced is not negative. There are vulnerable groups. I would like to focus your attention on this. This has been underlined in a very recent OECD survey. These vulnerable groups are women, senior, and less educated workers, workers with lower level of education, because they do not have access to AI jobs, nor to training on AI. And So we do not exclude anyone. We want equality. We don't want more inequalities, and we have to pay attention to these vulnerable groups. Okay. So these are the recommendations of our opinion. So you will find it in the official website of EESC, and you will see that our proposals are a reasonable proposal based on research and on the lively debate, the contribution of experts. So thank you very much.
Intanto, mentre vi invito a preparare.
I invite you to, after Johnny Marcantoni, you can have a short session of question and answer. It will be about the role of in public services and public administration. Good morning. First of all, I want to thank President Bonetta for having promoted this moment of reflection. I thank also President Oliver and all the colleagues of EESC. This discussion is very interesting, but also we have to focus on what kind of AI we are talking, because a crucial point is understanding what is the element we are discussing this morning in all the documents we can read. It is wrong to believe that IE is a language model like ChatGPT, or that it is only that, because a language model is certainly an algorithm that puts in sequence some words. But AI, generative AI, has a much more invasive nature, and it is more powerful as well. So I try to understand what is a possible definition of AI, of IA. A good definition is what we find in IA Act, because these two defines AI as an optimized system with elements of autonomy and adaptability that generate output through inputs such as forecast or recommendations and suggestions. And then an important word is introduced, decisions. So because one thing is an output that makes a forecast or a recommendation, but a very different story is when we talk about decision-making output. We all have a smartphone now, or at least at home, and we already decided to deposit our memory, our agenda, and our whole life on our smartphone and some algorithms. So I believe it is not far the moment when this smartphone will be able to take decisions using the algorithms that will be installed on it or on other devices based on the same data that we decided to insert in this device, into this device. So it will be the future of a technological tool that can decide, for example, what medical visit we can go to, or if we can have access to a business conversation. So we have to understand how it took that decision, how it decided one thing instead of another. So this is a parameter we have to analyze when we talk about AI. Another very important element is to understand that in these processes, the innovative element in comparison to the previous innovation is the verticalization of the novelty through which innovations are introduced. All these innovations are very much faster than the other transitions that the world had to face, even in non-recent times. we'll have the opportunity the moment will come when other algorithms will come that will renew in a vertical way the technological innovation. So we must be able to face and govern this process. And it is a process that involves everyone. It involves, paradoxically, including professions with a high intellectual content, much more than the manual content that was more involved in the previous transitions. Remember, once we said that robots would replace the handmade manufacturing. Now we are in the opposite situation, so very likely AI will find it easier to replace the intellectual jobs than the manual jobs. For AI, it is more difficult to reproduce a human bodily movement than an element of knowledge. And I believe that that when we talk about this, we have to talk about what kind of training we must have in mind and give it to the workers and also to the company managers, because training involves the whole company, cannot involve only the workers, but also it has to involve those who have to shape the industrial activity. So this must be fast. The element of speed comes back. The competition we acquire today, the skill we acquire today will last much less than the one we acquired, than the skills we acquired in the past, because verticalization is very strong, but also there is a type of training we have to approach in a different way than what we followed in the last few years. When we attended school or university, many of us learned to answer some questions, to answer well to some questions correctly. So in AI, it will be also very important how we ask the question, because there is the prompt culture of AI that subverts this the order of things. So skill, transparency, also responsibility matters in AI, and all social and all stakeholders are involved in this. And also there is the ethical issue. Ethics is often mentioned when we talk about AI, but we have to avoid to talk about ethics of emergency, because we talk about ethics when we don't know the exact structure to which you have to apply ethics. So ethics has to be applied to the algorithms themselves. Technicians are aware that the AI can lie, both on the targets that are required, but also on the procedures that through which AI achieves these targets. So input, elaboration, and output must be involved in this process. And there is another topic of the use of this data. We know very well that AI is made of data, and a great quantity of data certainly leads to a better AI, a better IA. But also there is a qualitative element. We never have an IA that is effective if we train this IA with data that do not have a good quality. So the quality of data is as important as the quantity of data. Studies emphasize that the plateau on data has almost been achieved. So there are so many data that are used now that basically in the medium term, we play the match on the quality, on the way these data are organized, also with the aim of the decisions that we just mentioned. In EESC, I gave a report together with 𝗕𝗵𝗶𝗃𝗄 about AI applied to public administration. And that's another very important issue. When I was talking about speed at the beginning, and I have to apply it to public administration, you must be able to build an administrative machine that is able to keep up with technological innovation. And we know very well this is not easy. But we have a great opportunity with public administration to build the real ethical side of ethical aspect of AI by building these algorithms with the transparency and with the ethical approach that I recently mentioned. Also, in order to oppose a centralization of power that inevitably goes to those who have the highest amount of data. So this is an issue. I believe public administration can never respond to a citizen who asks to have access to the right, or this is not possible because algorithm does not provide for this. No, we have to construct algorithm focusing on citizens and the rights of the citizens. And when we talk about PA, we talk about fundamental rights. So if workers must be able to ask for going into retirement, they must be able to exercise that right in a transparent way and in total awareness. So this awareness should involve also the kind of interlocution we must have with public administration. Because also an important it is to create an awareness with those who are involved. We cannot think that a citizen cannot know if they are talking, if they are trying to exercise a right with the chat or with the person. We must always be able to establish who is the interlocutor, which one. And also in the data treatment, in the algorithm, we must avoid what is normally called heterodirection of aim, of the purpose. We must avoid that the algorithm takes heterodirect decisions from subjects that are not those of PA, that are not those who build the decisional aspect of that algorithm. We are talking about inclusivity even in access to AI in PA. Also, okay, private investment, but we must reflect on investments in PA in order to improve all these aspects with AI. And also there is the labor market. I am a work consultant and I know very well that this AI will have a strong impact on the market of labor, the labor market. And I don't want to spend time on this, but there is an interesting aspect concerning the regulation of AI applied to the labor market. I think AI Act did well under the point of view of application by identifying a series of risk schemes, so classifying risk on the basis of the use of AI. So on the labor market, AI concerning decisions is classified with high risk when it concerns the work relations. So the system of accountability in the recognition of risks that are to be faced when this kind of AI is applied is important in the way it is declined by the active norm. I think there are challenges that concern the evolution. We talked about collective bargaining. That's another point that has to be emphasized. Also, impact monitoring. In middle term challenges, there is the human-machine relationship, the digital inclusivity, but also the long-term sustainability. And I conclude by saying that I always hear this word transition, but AI, we cannot classify it only among defects and quality. It is a powerful tool that has to be used with responsibility and awareness, but especially have to see this transition not as an element that is far away, but very close to us, because transition is us, we are the civil society, and we are the social partners. So maybe two quick questions, and then we can open the next panel with reflections in the different European countries, please.
Se potete
Okay, can you please introduce yourself when you ask the question? And please be very short in your question, possibly. We cannot hear him or her. Oh, okay. Roberto Telatine from Centro Studi 𝑤𝑜𝑟𝑘, the bank trade unions. Dr. Marcantonio said, AI can lie. In the financial sector, we have less subsidiaries, more apps, more artificial intelligence. Italian savings, citizen savings are at risk if managed by an AI, which is probabilistic and that an intelligence that can lie, because we have to see how the money is invested. And if artificial intelligence decides to manufacture pens, if tennis shoes are required, well, then we have some problems. Yeah, people can lie also. Human beings can lie. Second question, and then we move to the next panel. Stefano Palmieri from EESC. With this, I think that with this revolution, it will not happen as in the case of Luddite at the time of Luddism. So the problem will be for workers. So assessment, evaluation of economic and social impact is of paramount importance, because we cannot forget that European Union is a social market union. We have social and economic, environmental standards and ethical standards to comply with. So within this context, the role of EESC and the role of a national committee like the French committee or CNEL must play a primary role, as it was the case for CNEL in 1991, which monitored the report. And you, with your authoritativeness, you monitored that aspect. And with the same authoritativeness, you have to monitor that. This will be I would like to ask my colleagues, I would like to talk about the principle of partnership, which is so important for policy of social cohesion. This is a principle that has to be applied even in the case of monitoring. Well, I don't know if you want to answer quickly, maybe all three speakers, if you have any remarks. Yeah, can I say something, Dr. Ruston? Secretary General, and I think that investing in artificial intelligence, which allows, it will, let's say, eliminate some workers, but it helps us to move forward, speeding up the working times. It was just a comment. Okay, thank you, thank you. If the speakers want to answer, Marcantonio. Well, I will answer the first question about the fact that AI can lie. Well, I said AI can lie, but this happens. It depends on how we design it. And I said this because there are several reports of AI designers that tried, that proved, that the algorithm could lie. For example, there is an example of task that had to be solved with CAPTCHA. That is the system where the control of access through robot. In that case, the CAPTCHA used a human lying, saying that it was another human having some visual defects. So this is just an example, but there are other examples. Anyway, if we speak about the fact that AI can lie, we must stress the fact that we have to see how AI has been designed. You're speaking of the banking sector. In that sector, there are technologies that can also contribute to this. For example, there is blockchain in the financial system, that is the shared responsibility, the shared responsibility that is created. When we share the responsibility, when we do with exactly as with the blockchain, we can avoid, we can prevent this. But making the financial example, for example, cryptocurrencies, in cryptocurrencies, this has not always worked. So when, it all depends. It all depends on how it is designed. And then I would like to answer Stefano. I agree with you, and certainly it's a very difficult scenario that we'll have to tackle with elements you mentioned. But I believe that when it comes to regulation, we should be inspired by a basic principle of technological neutrality. That is, we should have a regulation which does not choose specifically which technology should be used, but which goals should be achieved. Would Sant'Apertie
make one point? The thing to me is, we talk about artificial intelligence. We should not forget that maybe we should use normal human intelligence in the process as well. Just because we are using a new technology doesn't mean we need to forget and we need to stop learning about things. Financial market sector, already the financial literacy of a lot of people is rather low. A lot of people do not understand how the financial markets work. A lot of people don't have a good understanding of the different products and how that works. Of course, if you then use AI, it might make it even more complex and difficult to understand. But I think it comes back to the point that we need to invest in education. We need to invest in the skills, not only in AI, but also in understanding how our systems work. Same goes for the partnership question. We need to have an human intelligence understanding of working together. Just because we have a new technology doesn't mean we have to forget everything else. It is a tool. It is helping us to achieve things. It's not replacing this. So, and so we need to maybe also keep this in mind when we are discussing about artificial intelligence. I think it was mentioned by Franca or someone. It's supposed to help us. It's not supposed to tell us what to do. We should still be the ones using our own intelligence and brains, and not forget this over the whole debates we have about the technology per se. Thank you.
Thank you.
Franca Salis Madinier, maybe, and then Demolli. Yes, maybe one thing. Something that has not been explicitly said. I think that we must abide by the principle of human explanation when it comes to an impact that it might have on working life. For example, a citizen is asking for a loan, the loan is not granted, they must know why. So if with the system we cannot explain why the decision has been made, then and also a worker that is dismissed, that is fired, must have an explanation, a human explanation. So this is a principle of human command. So certainly these systems have limits and limitations. We must know that they're not infallible, that they can make mistakes. So supervision is important, and we must be aware of the limits of these systems. Thank you very much, Valerio De Molli. Yeah, no, just a quick comment after what you said. You hope to concretely measure the impact, the implications, because as I said, we can create a value, we can reduce working hours. In my survey, that as far as I know is the most complete survey ever done, the impact. So there might be a potential loss of 13.2% of jobs, but it is clear that as from 2040, the jobs will so there will be a loss of jobs, but at the same time there will be retirement of workers, and due to a low birth rate, there will be no new entrants into the labor market. So I realize that the banking sector is the mostly affected, and the implications have to be assessed area by area. But I think that the establishment of a permanent observatory that monitors progressive adjustment of the impact could be, and here I'm asking President of CNEL, President of EESC, so this monitoring of the impact might be useful for the whole European system, because one thing is conducting a survey and one thing is monitoring concrete developments. So very shortly, in short, we should not be afraid of adopting AI. You said artificial intelligence. So instead of creating pants, it will create shoes, but that would be artificial deficiency instead, not artificial intelligence. Okay, but from my viewpoint, I think it's very important to have permanent monitoring on the impact. President Brunetta? Yes, yes. Just a couple of remarks as regards citizens and citizens agreement and responses that citizens may have from artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, in Italy, we have a negative legacy in terms of responses from public administration. I know that because I've been Minister of Public Administration a couple of times, and one of the gaps, I know very well that one of the main gaps in public administration is its relationship with citizens, not a positive relationship. So if artificial intelligence was used intelligently to open a new dialogue between public administration and citizens, that would be great. Well, now, the reason why public administration does not respond well, does not answer, does not meet the needs of citizens is because there is no sanction, there is no market. One of the first rules that is taught to concierge of hotels, when a client asks for something, even something impossible, they should never say no. Never, a concierge should never say no. For example, if the client asks for a football match ticket, they should say, yeah, I'll do my best to find a seat in the restaurant, a ticket for the football match, because the market is aimed at responding to clients. So artificial intelligence should come up to the standard of the market, but even more so in public administration, because in public administration, we don't have the punishment, the sanction of the market. And this changes the context. So obviously, the citizens, there is a low level of satisfaction from citizens. Well, just let's think about healthcare. Let's think about education, school. That is, you can always have, you have the opportunity to have the best response, the best answer. And this changes the world of interpersonal relationships. This is the goal. So amongst the negatives, the risks or dystopias, this is a huge opportunity using AI to give friendly answers, to give friendly responses. Who of us is aware? So we know that the GP usually old GPs cannot give an up-to-date answer to question on our health, while with AI, they will be able to give that answer. So if there is a collaboration between the GP and artificial intelligence, maybe you citizens may pretend the best answer, the most up-to-date answer at the best prices. So you don't have to visit to see the specialist for a consultation, but you can get that answer. You can have that information from your GP, who will adequately supported by AI. So AI can really change the world and the culture of citizens that use both private and public sector. Thank you, President. And now we have we will change the actors, and so I will ask the rapporteurs, the speakers of the next panel. When we have a rapporteur here already, but I will ask the speakers of the next panel to come to the here to the podium, and we will talk about case studies which are conducted in different European countries. Just Professor Brunetta, you're very efficient. No coffee break in between, because we cannot interrupt emotions, but there must be a change on the scene. Okay, we will start with Professor 𝗂𝗓𝐿 from University of Copenhagen, the Department of Sociology. And in this case, too, after the panel, we'll try to have a brief Q&A session before final conclusions. We're almost there. Obviously, for the pit stop, I mean, you get organized for your pit stop. If you need to take a break, unfortunately, it was not possible to have a coffee break because time is really short. Okay, Professor 𝐴𝐿.
So, 𝗂𝐿-𝐶𝑜𝑒, the floor is yours.
Hello. Does it go through? Thank you. So thank you very much for inviting me to come here and talk about a small Danish company. So it's a small company from a very small country. Yet I would still argue it's a very innovative example of what social dialogue on AI can do in practice. It's a completely new agreement from 24 concluded in Denmark. It's the first collective agreement in Denmark with extensive language on AI. Is it a perfect agreement? No. It's the first agreement in a staircase model where this company wants to develop. Where the company wants to develop the language on AI over time. It's also an agreement that reflects the tradition we have on social dialogue in Denmark, where we have collective bargaining at company level, at sector level, and to some extent also at national level. So I hope you will join me for this journey where we study a fishing boat, but as we know, it might turn into a container ship over time, and we need to look for innovative examples on how to build European models of AI, European platforms of AI. So I think it's really important to study these cases. Why do we need to study AI at work and social dialogue? I think there are three major points why we need to do empirical studies of this. AI at the workplace introduces new asymmetries of power. One asymmetry most of us here know, which is that it's used as a managerial tool. And we have the challenge of how are workers included in that process. Is AI imposed on workers? That's the asymmetry many of us already know. But there are reverse asymmetries. We see, especially in white-collar work, that it is the employees that introduce AI. And managers do not know which kind of AI is used in the companies. So all the traditional tools of social dialogue we have, where managers should inform employees about new technologies and hear their points of view, are actually not useful for this because it's the employees that introduce it. Another big challenge is we have an extent of digitalization of work right now that sometimes we do not meet physically managers and employees. Sometimes there's only a digital relation. This is true, for instance, in platform work. We have a dispersed workforce. We have no physical contact. We only have digital contact. How do we create social dialogue if we only have digital contact between employees and managers? We need new ideas here. And this is actually part of this agreement. Finally, and I was discussing this during the coffee break before this event, I want to highlight the importance of the company level here. We need to remember the company level because AI is such a rapid transition. The speed of this is very fast at company level. This means we need to have dialogue between managers and employees at company level to fully grasp this transition, but also to make sure that the regulation we develop is relevant, efficient, and will be followed in practice. Yes. So coming back to what was mentioned in the beginning about the industrial relations crisis and the AI transition, I would say remember the company level as well. Okay. So now to the case study. I don't know if this works. Yes. So we all know platform work has been known to be an unregulated labor market, yet we actually see an increasing number of collective agreements in platform work, and this has been documented by many organizations. So 𝗕𝗏, a Danish cleaning platform, was actually one of the first to conclude a collective agreement in the platform economy, namely 𝗕𝗏 1 in 2018. So the agreement I will be talking about today, 𝗕𝗏 2, is actually their second agreement. but it's a completely different agreement because this time there's a strong focus on AI. Before I will delve into the agreement, I will give you a little bit of background information about the Danish platform economy and collective bargaining in the platform economy. And I will use this also to have a more European discussion in the end to hopefully make this case relevant for a wider European audience. So I like to do statistics on new emerging phenomenon. I also heard previous speakers argue for this. So 3 times I brought, together with my research center, questions into the Danish labor force survey on platform work. And as you can see, it's rather limited. Around 1% of the active workforce are earning money in the Danish platform economy. Also, they earn rather limited amounts, and they do that as multiple job holders that do that aside on other forms of employment. So it's a rather limited phenomenon. Yet, there's been a very strong policy focus on this, as in other countries, because we have seen food delivery couriers in our streets, because it's testing our traditional labor market tools. And if we take the next slide. So why do I think numbers are important? Well, it tells a little bit about the background and what kind of challenges we can meet when we want to do collective bargaining. And there are a number of challenges when we want to do collective agreements in platform work. First of all, workers are often self-employed, not employees. The employer status is unclear. Actually, consumers are often in power. This happened in California when there was the vote on Uber. Workers are very heterogeneous, making it difficult for unions to mobilize and organize. Often workers have more secure jobs in other types of employment, making their job situation very diverse and their union affiliation difficult. Often workers work low number of working hours on the platform, making it even more difficult for unions to organize, and we have an overall quite low union density in platform work. So why should employers conclude agreements in platform economy? Unions find it difficult to organize. Well, if we look back to the industrial relations literature, we can actually find some arguments. So the market position could be one explanation. So employers could do it to improve their public image. They could also do it to gain control, to set the prices in the market. And this would actually fit well with the strategy of many platforms. They often have monopolistic strategies. They want to be the dominant infrastructure in a market. It could also be due to the labor market context, due to recruitment and retention problems, and also the existing regulation from labor law and collective agreements can give platforms a spur to negotiate. So if I can change. So here's just a map from an ILO study I participated in where we tried to map existing collective agreements in platform work. This was 22, so it looks different now. And as you can see, we find examples both in the Nordic countries, but also in Southern Europe, especially within the transportation sector. So the Danish cleaning platform 𝗕𝗏, you see the web page here, is actually an exception. There are few cleaning platforms that have actually done collective agreements. But this small platform, founded in 2017, you can see only 70 active workers, is relatively small, actually made their first agreement in 2018. And what was unique about it was that it was the platform that knocked on the door of the union and wanted a collective agreement. So why did they want that? Well, they want to brand themselves as socially responsible, but also they found it difficult to interact with the Danish tax system. And that was actually a growth barrier for them. So there was a spur here to make tax payments for workers' work, but also that customers could have tax deductions that they were entitled to. So actually the platform was more keen to negotiate here than the union. So quite quickly, within half a year, they reached an agreement where half of the workers became employees. And more importantly, they created 2 new digital rights. One was to say profile deletion is a dismissal. If you delete a worker's profile, it's considered a dismissal and you should give a 2 weeks notice. The other one was to say, if there's bad language on the workers' ratings, if customers write bad things, they're entitled to request to have that removed. And these 2 digital rights actually served as an inspiration for the EU directive of platform work, and you can find somewhat similar language in the platform directive coming from the 𝗕𝗿𝗏 agreements. So this agreement was implemented. It actually was a success, but the renegotiation of the agreement, it only lasted for 1 year, was difficult, especially because the negotiations of the EU directive of platform work was ongoing. They didn't know what would the framework be, will there be a presumption rule or not, so it dragged out. And not until the EU platform directive came in 2024 with the request of national presumption rules that all platform workers are employee and the new rules of algorithmic management, it was possible for 𝗕𝗏𝗏 to negotiate their second agreement. So the important part of this agreement is, first of all, now all workers are employees. So it's actually reflecting an important part of the platform work directive. Another important part is that there are no minimum hours. So you are an employee, you have a minimum wage, but you don't have minimum hours. It's a very flexible agreement. And thirdly, and I think what is the topic of the big event today, is it has extensive language on collective rights on AI and algorithmic management. And I can share the agreement afterwards. It's also in English if anybody is interested. I would stress the word collective here. So what is really the aim of this agreement is to protect workers with collective rights, but also to use collective rights to create more room for maneuver for management to actually use AI. So the social compromise here is to use this agreement to facilitate the managerial prerogative on AI, but at the same time create relevant protection for workers. It sounds difficult, and some might also wonder, why did the employers agree to this? But I will just mention a few highlights of why this made sense to both bargaining parties. I mentioned it's difficult to unionize platform workers. So one important part of this agreement is that the employer agrees to have a direct link on the website to a digital union club at the union. So all workers can go through this link to have advice from the union, to elect union representatives, to elect health and safety representatives, to coordinate their bargaining aims. So this is a complete new innovation, trying to create a digital union club. The aim of this is to secure the right to organize workers also in the platform economy. So another important part of this agreement is to say, we want to underline the employer responsibility of all decisions made, also algorithmic decisions. And therefore we are highlighting that all decisions can be taken into labor court for fast evaluation. We have seen in many court cases in the platform economy across Europe that it's very difficult for unions to come with proof because of the digital format. It's very difficult to prove what decisions have been made. So it's also underlined that any processual disadvantage in a court case due to the digital format, if it's difficult to prove anything due to the digital format, the guilt will automatically fall on the employer. So this is also a very new invention. But why do the employers agree to this? It's because there's a shift of focus in this agreement from explaining algorithms in technical detail in the beginning to making employers responsible for all the output coming out of the algorithmic decisions, making the legal responsibility of that crystal clear. This is the trade-off of this agreement.
1 minute left, sorry.
Okay, I will just mention there are so many other interesting digital rights here. I will just mention one, I think very important one, is that platform workers, like many other workers, are using their private cell phones for an app that they have from their employer. In this agreement, it's stipulated this app cannot collect any data from the other apps on your private cell phone. So third-party collection of employee data is not allowed. This is also a very important part of this agreement. So I will just sum up. There are many more you can read in the text I can share afterwards. So what are the future perspectives of this? I think this case demonstrates to us that we could create social compromises on AI at workplace level that are to the benefit of both the managers and the employees. What the managers want is they want more space to use AI, to get going with AI, and to secure the managerial prerogative when it comes to AI. What the workers want is protection and the ability to go to the court with bad decisions. So I think there are some perspectives in these kind of social compromises. Also, I think we can learn something from this agreement when we are going to implement the EU Platform Work Directive, because this is a case that actually does that. And we can see that it gives a spur to make all workers employees. However, what I think we will see is more agreements at company level and not so much at sector level. We have also seen that with 𝗕𝗿𝗃𝗃𝗿 that now have agreements in 3 European countries, Denmark, Italy, and Spain, that it's most applied at company level. So I think this level needs further attention, also in light of the upcoming implementation of the Platform Work Directive and AI in more general. So thank you very much for the attention. I'll be happy to share any documents afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. 𝗙𝗏𝗏 è stata già anticipata come presentazione dal Presidente.
The presentation.
𝗙𝗏𝗏 was already introduced. She's counselor of CNEL and she teaches at Catholic University Milan. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In the next few minutes, I'm happy to share with you the results of collective work of a working group, the results of a working group of CNEL, and it's a working group on industrial policies for artificial intelligence. And actually the members of this working group are here today. Thank you for being here. And we started in spring this 2024 within the Institutional Commission 1 Economic Policies of CNEL. I would like to show you the first product of this working group, which has been a sectoral analysis on banking and insurance sector. We have made 2 choices. First of all, we wanted to make a sectoral analysis, and I think this is important because we tend to speak of artificial intelligence, general purpose AI, referring to technology, but the impact of adoption, the adoption varies from one to the other sector. So introducing a sectoral analysis, especially in Europe, is very important because we are seeing that AI is adopted differently in the different sectors. So what Anel said about the company level, we have to pay attention to the sectoral level as well. Okay, we have chosen banking and insurance sector for several reasons. First of all, for the size of companies, because Italy is characterized by SMEs, but we prefer to start our work in a sector where we had large companies that are early adopters. So we have more matter on which to work, and then the role of digitization, data digitization is very important. It's a sector that is regulated, highly regulated sector with accountability characteristics, and something that is very important is the function of this company that perform an essential public service. And finally, this is a sector where labor relations are mature, but I would like to repeat something that has already been said by previous speakers, especially by Franca Salis Madinier. That is in terms of social dialogue and industrial relations, because even in a sector where we have mature industrial relations, the work has to be started in terms of AI. We have to start because we are switching to phase 2 of AI. The first phase was trying to understand what it was, but now we are in a phase where we have to ask ourselves how we want to intervene, how we want to apply it, how we want to intervene on the processes we are involved in. So we start a second phase. After the initial curiosity, it's important to intervene and intervene quickly. Okay, so this analysis on banking and insurance sectors is available, and this of course, led us to consider an issue that was reminded by President Brunetta, that is participatory AI. Now, the evidence is that AI is strengthening concentration of powers, even when we, in our full right, we write of human in the loop and centrality, that is human-centered AI. The human we are referring to is an individual. We imagine these people, competent, skilled people who do not delegate control. There are few experts controlling the machines, and in the public sector, they are represented as individuals. So we don't have the collective dimension in with respect to AI in the debate, and it's very important instead to ponder over collective rights and collective action. So we are focusing on participatory AI, involvement of workers, users, communities in implementing AI systems so that these systems can meet the needs of these people and meet their expectations. And how can we do that? How can we do that? Well, first of all, we have to identify some key principles, involvement, co-creation, transparency, and this term of explainability, ethics, and social justice, and then how these principles are applied. We have identified some guidelines for the sector we analyze, but that can apply to the other sectors. That is collective bargaining at sectoral and company level as a key tool to introduce this participatory AI logic. And I would like to focus a little bit on training. Because I had to say that while we are speaking of training and this change in this change of scenario, which is a big change of scenario, I'm still thinking of the 1970s, something that the other countries do not know, because at that time we had establishment of the right to 150 hours to study for workers. And at that time, there was a need for Italians literacy, and we have created this sort of device, and this mechanism helped workers to acquire knowledge. And we have this device, but this is not enough. Of course, we have to invent new devices to support this big effort that we have to make, because in the next few months, in the next few years, there will be no problem of unemployment or matching between job demand and supply, but the polarization of skills will be the real problem in our countries. So it's very important here to do a collective job. Now I close by saying what we will do to provide a contribution. President has already anticipated this, and today we launch a new observatory, that is Observatory on Participatory AI. It's an Italian observatory, but it will be open to confrontation. And we hope that there will be confrontation and collaboration with other European countries and EESC. And so we will confront on analysis and proposals starting from observing what happens in companies. So the name of this observatory is 𝗕𝗶𝗃, and this is a reference to human condition of Hannah Arendt when there are three basic forces of human activity along with labor and action proposed by Hannah Arendt. The work has three main characteristics: durability, because it creates objects that last over time and cannot live the individual who created them. Then the second characteristic, it's interesting to read what she wrote, because she speaks of artificiality, but created by human beings with human characteristics. So she plays with artificiality in a different way from AI, but in a more stimulating way. And then collective significance, because the work contributes to the construction of a shared and common world. So these principles, these characteristics inspire action. And obviously we start with this observatory with 𝗕𝗏, but this is the starting point, because then we have to, we want to take step forward. We want to take action to move to a desirable future. Thank you very much.
Per noi in Italia un po' anche la
For us in Italy, that's the topical news. We'll go to Ireland with Dr. David Hallinan, economist of NESC. Please.
Thank you. So I must ask, how are your energy levels? A little bit lower than this morning? That's a key disadvantage of human workers as compared to AI. So I'm going to talk to you about some research from Ireland on the labor market impacts of AI, and also some specific case studies for general publicly funded research on AI. Thanks. So some of you may be aware, Ireland is home to the European headquarters of some of the world's leading AI tech companies. Thank you. Ireland is a global tech hub. Thanks very much. And, thanks very much. Thank you. And also Ireland has advanced data center infrastructure. So actually Dublin was a data center cluster way back in the 1990s and was one of the first global—
Excuse me, close to the microphone, please.
Much,
Thank you.
Thank you. It was one of the first global data center clusters. And just to give you a sense of the scale of the data center infrastructure in Dublin, so in European countries, the average amount of electricity consumed by data centers is 3.1%. But in Ireland, it's 21% of all electricity consumption is data centers. And in the last 10 years, all of the growth in electricity consumption is from data centers. So it's actually presenting challenges in terms of decarbonization. And in a sense, we have kind of too much of a good thing that we have so much data center presence in Ireland. So we published a national AI strategy in 2021, and in line with EU guidance, this seeks to enable ethical AI adoption, build public trust, transparency and accountability, and seeks to foster research and innovation, public and private sector collaboration. So in January of 2024, we established an AI Advisory Council, and this council provides independent expert advice to government. And we had an election at the end of last year in 2024. So we have a new government, and they have just published a new program for government, and two noteworthy elements on AI include a national counter-disinformation strategy, which the new government is going to publish, and also to have a dedicated strategy on AI in health. So in terms of some Irish research on the labour market impacts of AI, so the National Economic and Social Council of Ireland, of which I'm a member of the Secretariat, and we published a report last year on a national better work strategy. And one of the key elements that emerged from that was around artificial intelligence. So basically this research was based upon, consultations with unions, representative bodies, industry associations, and leading experts. So some of the key findings included that smaller firms, many have yet to invest in AI adoption. And the key point that they put forward was that the return on investment is still not clear. And for many of them, it wasn't really clear that now is the cost optimal time for them to invest in artificial intelligence adoption. Another key finding is that a lot of the current literature and the data predate the current wave of AI. So there's a sense in which the research is actually struggling to keep pace with the actual level of advances that are happening in AI. And that's a challenge for research in general. One of the key recommendations from this report was to have more social dialogue and collective bargaining in relation to AI adoption, and to have co-design of workplace practices and policy involving social partners. Another piece of research that was published in an Irish context was from our Department of Finance. So this study aimed to estimate the labour market impacts of AI using an indicator of AI occupational exposure for different kinds of occupations. And this looked at the complementarity or the substitution, or if you like, the risk of displacement for specific occupations. In terms of the caveats with this particular study, it looks at a relatively narrow set of AI applications, and it also predates the current wave of Gen AI. And this is a scatter plot which includes the two key indicators, AI occupational exposure and complementarity, and you can see that the various occupations are divided into quadrants. And this study developed a set of comparative outputs looking at different types of things. This is a country comparison. So for most advanced economies, the level of high exposure is about 60%. It was slightly higher in Ireland at 63%. And you can see Ireland has slightly less exposure as compared to the UK in this study. The same report looks at other things like gender, differences in terms of gender and occupational exposure, different cohorts of the population in terms of income deciles, age cohorts, and the different economic sectors. And if anybody wants to see those wider set of findings, I'd be happy to pass on the report after this. In terms of some examples of AI adoption in public services or within the public sector in Ireland, just shows a few examples. So within our national AI strategy, we have strand 4, which is around serving the public and AI adoption in public services. So in terms of key principles, public services should take a lead in demonstrating responsible and ethical use of AI. The strategy seeks to establish a coordinated approach for AI adoption for across the entire public sector. And also it seeks to foster public-private collaboration and experimentation in adopting AI. Our government has also published guidance on AI adoption in the public service, and this is broadly in line with the European Commission's own ethical guidance for trustworthy AI, and this to some extent tailored to the national context. In terms of specific projects, this is from our Department of Agriculture. So our Department of Agriculture has published an animal health surveillance strategy, which seeks to apply AI and machine learning to data from existing government agricultural data flows to enhance surveilling activities. And this is across, different types of agricultural sectors, including, examining crops as well as animal herds. One specific project is the bovine TB detection project, which is a collaboration between IBM and the Irish Department of Agriculture. And this utilizes the Animal Health Computer Systems database, which includes 6.8 million test results from animals. And what this project does is it uses AI to generate predictions of future bovine TB risk at animal level. As new animals are coming in and being tested, the AI is actually trying to generate inferences as to which are the high-risk animals that should be given additional attention. And this enables improved case management by veterinarians. Another agricultural example, this is a collaboration between an agency in Ireland, which is called 𝗥𝗲𝗄𝑔, and our US partners around an R&D research partnership program. And this seeks to improve piglet survival rates using AI. So basically this involves video-based monitoring of piglet behavior to better understand their feeding patterns. And this, the aim of this study is to reduce pre-weaning mortality, improve production efficiency, and enhance piglet welfare. And the findings of this study will inform sow and piglet husbandry practices going forward. An example from the health sector, we have a digital health framework, which is out to 2030, and this seeks to use AI to improve diagnostics, improve support precision medicine, enhance patient monitoring, aid data quality, and assist drug development. And we have a digital health implementation roadmap, and that seeks to develop AI-based models for advanced population health analytics. So one specific project uses, we have a database which is basically the kidney disease clinical patient management system, but it actually includes a lot of free text. So the nurses they don't use structured information going back many years. They just inputted and they wrote whatever they thought was relevant about the patient. But that's not actually very good for research. So what this project is doing is it's using AI to read this text going back many decades and extracting the structured information the way that it should have been done many years ago, and actually using it to make structured data for research purposes. And this will inform clinical audits, quality improvement, and also clinical research going forward. Another project that might be familiar to some, because it's a pan-European and an EU-funded project, involves using cyclists monitoring data and things like speed, road surface quality, swerving behavior, using brakes. And actually Dublin City Council is utilizing the findings of this research to inform future cycle infrastructure planning. And this particular map that's shown is average speeds. So the yellow is the higher speed and the red is the lower speed. And another example is around road surface quality. So the red lines are Dublin City, where the road surface is not so good for cyclists, and green is where it's better, and yellow's in the middle. In terms of further research by NESC Ireland, we're undertaking a program of research building upon the work that we did last year. And this is looking at how AI and new forms of Gen AI are continuing to shape the labor market. We're looking at occupational exposure and the specific skill needs that are emerging in the context of public services. We're asking, how prevalent is AI adoption in the context of public service delivery in Ireland? And you can think of frontline services in that regard. And also, how can AI improve the efficiency of public service delivery? And also, what are the risks associated with AI adoption, the emerging risks, and what additional safeguards may be needed? And also, in terms of, public bodies that might be providing public service, we're asking what are the emerging regulatory gaps as Ireland progresses its implementation of the EU AI Act. And to conclude, some of the key issues we want to deal with, to evaluate the appropriateness of the ethical and regulatory frameworks that are in place, to look at the adequacy of data privacy provisions. You know, are there human rights assessments that are being conducted in the context of public services? And also public engagement and transparency in AI governance. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Elilan. E adesso andiamo invece in Francia.
Now we go to France. Marianne 𝗕𝗿𝗏𝗃𝗃. She's a member of French CNEL, and she's General Director of France Digital, which gathers innovative startups.
This debate and having use cases from different sectors and different countries. I have two hats, one representing startups and investors in startups for French and EU companies, and as well as a counselor at the French Economic, Social and Environmental Council. We just published an opinion on AI and how to create a framework for the acceptability of AI deployment in the French society during, and that will be, it's a publication for the summit, the international summit that will occur in next February. It was important to do this work because over the last 10 years, French public places have been focusing on economic development, how to create European tech champions, and we needed to highlight, of course, the necessity to have a strategic autonomy to focus on economic development, but we also have to discuss and have discussions with all representative of the society on how AI could be deployed in the French society, and we came up with a framework based on 4 inseparable criteria, which are respect of planet boundaries, respect of fundamental rights and individual freedoms, of course, social progress and economic development. So today I will just focus on social progress and economic development, in particular with the current geopolitical context. With regards to social progress and how you can deal with the impact of AI unemployment in the French society, the questions you can ask yourselves are: how many people are concerned? Who and how will the working conditions evolve? So first question, can AI destroy jobs and how many jobs are at stake? Actually, we've been focusing on that a bit earlier, but what is extremely complex to anticipate is the real impacts of AI on the labor markets, especially since it very much depends on how the public policies are implemented in each country and each sector. So some will see a very negative perspective, emphasizing on the substitution of human labor by AI, and some will have a more optimistic perspective, focusing on efficiency gains and the emergence of new types of work resulting from the AI implementation. What is a certain thing is that AI will actually transform the labor market, and the most vulnerable people are those who have an automatable jobs. We've been talking about administrative workers in the insurance or financial sectors. Let me just take 2 examples. Women first, who are 1.5 times more likely to change jobs due to AI as compared to men. And that's because, for instance, in France, the 10 jobs more exposed to AI are over-represented by women. We can also talk about a second type of people who are very, whose jobs are at stake, is that the young graduates. It can seem a bit counterintuitive, but since we can see that young generation are considered as being more tech savvy, but actually, when they enter the job markets as interns or entry-level employees, they are mostly concerned about repetitive tasks, and that can be more easily replaced by AI. So that raises significant questions about career planning. So finally, how does AI can transform working conditions? Well, we have been through that already, but it can have direct consequences on working conditions, positive being simplifying complex tasks, optimizing the efficiency of complex tasks, but it can be also negative through reducing autonomy, having less controls on skills, being leading potentially to surveillance or control mechanism in the worst cases. So that's the reason why we absolutely need social dialogue. And as you said, it can be a company by company social dialogue or more cross-sector, but actually it was interesting to see that in the French agreement that we had at the French Economic Council, labor representative from all sides, either the employee or the employer, could actually agree on basic conditions that in order to make sure that employees are we can accept we can anticipate the consequences on the working conditions. The second thing that I wanted to discuss was actually the debate on the economic development. Is that not exactly, it was a hard topic to address at the French Economic Council, because since we had this 10 years focus only on economic development in France, but actually the news every day shows that we need to act on that. And what I wanted to highlight is that you can assess the strengths of a country or a continent with regards to the tech sector if you consider either the ability to reach users on AI, the capacity to build and create massive data sets, the capacity to design algorithms, the capacity to attract and retain talents, and the presence in the AI value chain from the semiconductor to the applications. And what I want to highlight is that actually Europe is, of course, lagging behind in terms of investment presence in the value chain, but yet it's everywhere in the value chain. And we can see that Europe is in the cloud sector. Europe is in the applications. I will publish a mapping of the French AI startups in 2 days from today, but we have 775 startups doing applications in AI only in France. Europe, you can just consider when we are 27 countries what it means. So the only thing is that we need to believe in our ability also to create innovations and just not look at where we are lagging behind, but also look at where we are. And if we actually create this European tech ecosystem and still working on both sides, creating the tech ecosystem and considering social progress and the limits planetary boundaries, we can have this a third way, the third path. And there is a big debate on whether Europe should just take the US way to create champions. Actually, we have to absolutely be aware of the fact that it's actually now that we need to focus on that and actually work on those two legs, both European champions and focus on social progress and environmental issues. And what was said already about the Draghi report is very important, but maybe now it's the time to revise some rules that were not very easily acceptable before today, but actually revise public procurement rules to strengthen the public procurement. We talked about investing, on how to create champions. It means investing. We have solutions on how to invest and maybe try to do and go and do pretty much what the US is doing, but we actually have money in the institutional investors. So we can take money from here and invest it into the tech ecosystem. We've been discussing about business law, about competition law, about training and attracting talents. But my message today is to really work on those two legs. And I think we have a way here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anche per tempi perfetti. Intanto, prima di passare la parola al prossimo relatore, saluto il
sorry, I would like to welcome Undersecretary Baracchini, Undersecretary for Publishing. So we go to Spain with César Morin.
¿Se me oye bien? Sí, fenomenal. mejor con este micrófono porque no tengo una voz demasiado potente. Muchas gracias, buenos días. En primer lugar, quiero decir que es para mí un verdadero honor estar aquí hoy con todos ustedes.
For me, it is an honor to be here with you today as a representative of the Spanish Economic and Social Committee. I want to thank the CNEL in Italy and EESC for the invitation to address to our Spanish Council. It is always a great pleasure for us to come to Italy, especially to Rome. And as an introduction, those that represent the Spanish Economic Social Commission represent workers and other actors of civil society that belong to a sector of agriculture, fishery, and social economy in general. So our most important document is a memorandum on the Spanish, on the situation in our country and on the socioeconomic and labor situation in Spain. And the last one is related to digitalization and AI. The one of 2024 says that AI should contribute to create economic, social, and environmental advantages in all sectors and in all activities, but also AI involves a risk of different nature that must be solved through the protection of rights that protect citizens and their access to goods and services. So I want now to emphasize two aspects of the evolution of digitalization in Spain. The one is was marked by the COVID-19 pandemic and the confinement to which we're subjected for many weeks all over the world. So during this time, that was a real hard. It was really hard. We had to keep in touch with the rest of the world, but the only good way was to use telework and tele-aid online. And Spain had always remained backwards until that moment. But in fact, we saw our society mobilized and gave a great push to the process of digitalization, which was very necessary in our country. At the same time, the Spanish government began to develop plans to modernize public administrations, plans for the digitalization of small and medium enterprises, and plans to improve the digital capabilities of societies, which contribute to the creation of a digital agenda for Spain. Digital Spain 2026 was called. In fact, in Spain, there was no digital agenda. The last one was dated back to 2013. So this combination of factors helped our country to improve its relative position in the four major blocks that make up the DESI index. Then the second major milestone, this one at the global level, was the presentation of ChatGPT by the OpenAI company in November 2022. So although we have been using artificial intelligence for years, the emergence of generative AI has made society aware of its capabilities, also in Spain. We understood it was accessible both for citizens and for the companies and for public administration. I will give you an example to show you the capability of attraction of GPT when there was one PayPal. You know, it took 12 years to PayPal to reach 100 million users, while ChatGPT has taken just 2 months to reach 100 million users. So we can understand many things from this detail. Also, the data we collect must be quality data. And in order to have an effective development, of course, the data collection is must be limited by law, and there are different limits according to the countries. To summarize, I would like to emphasize some positive aspects of the use of artificial intelligence in a positive way, where it can be helped by generative AI. It helps us time savings in resource savings, more automation of repetitive tasks, segmentation, better customer knowledge, talent selection, retention, and better decision support. So these interesting involved an increase in investment on AI everywhere in the world, but especially Europe is very much backwards in comparison to other geographical areas such as China or the US. Spain has improved in many important parameters linked to digitalization. But I want to emphasize 4 big obstacles that come about about the digitalization in our countries. Many of these obstacles coincide with observations that have already been made by other speakers this morning, and also are present in our countries. First is lack of ICT professionals, skilled professionals. Spain is in a critical position, even if we improved a lot, but the number of ICT professionals in Spain is below the European Union average. And this is a bad problem because Europe is not exactly leading the digitalization processes worldwide. Second obstacle, low level of women's ICT employment. Maybe it represents 2% of total employment in Spain. And this is closely linked to the fact that the percentage of women in the STEM careers is clearly insufficient. Third obstacle, insufficient use of cloud services. This parameter is connected to the development of AI, sorry. And, you know, Spain is also in this sector below the European average. And the last obstacle I want to emphasize are the problems in the field of cybersecurity. There is a lack of professionals in this sector. In Spain, in a specific way, there is lack of ICT professionals. And we need 30 to 40,000 more of these professional figures in Spain. This is especially important considering that Spain is the 5th country that receives the most cyber attacks in the world, with an increase of 24% compared to 2023. So the situation is quite bad considering the development of AI. The good news is that it seems that in Europe we are beginning to realize that we are losing a crucial battle, the technological battle. The Draghi report points out its strategy for a new industrial policy that it is essential to focus on innovation to reduce the significant gap that separates us from the US and China. Also, it points out that improving competitiveness clearly depends on digitalization. And that is why it is betting on strong investments in telecommunications, computing, AI, and semiconductors. The new Vice President of the European Commission for Technological Sovereignty, Security and Democracy is betting on cybersecurity and ensuring access to supercomputing capacity for startups and AI industry. And there should be a new regulation, a new law for the development of the Cloud and Artificial Intelligence Development Act, a Digital Networks Act, and deepening a data strategy based on the profuse data regulation that already exists. These are data of 2023, and there are almost 33,000 regulations in force in the European Union. So I think it is time now to think about regulating less and better and innovating more. Thank you.
Di poco andiamo in Portogallo con il presidente del CNEL portoghese, 𝗕PROSPECT.
Thank you very much. And now 𝗕PROSPECT from Portugal.
Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure and a great honor that I'm here speaking before all of you. And I wish to thank the CNEL for the kind invitation to join in this discussion. I have a presentation, a PowerPoint, as you may see, and I think you are going to have access to it. Let me say at the outset that I will deviate a little bit from the PowerPoint. It's almost a pattern because my speeches generally deviate from the presentation, because the presentation, it is what it is. You have access to it. And in the meantime, there was a lot of very good interventions, very interesting interventions, and there are some new elements I would like to add in my reflection and to share with you. As a matter of fact, I would like to share with you my concerns or my thoughts about three major challenges. The first one, and well, in some way it is reflected. It's going too fast. Okay. My first concern is about cleaning the field and precising what we are discussing, because I think that one of the biggest issues and one of the major problems we had so far on discussing the consequences and the outcomes of artificial intelligence is that we are putting a lot of food in the same pan. Automation is one thing. Digitalization is another thing. Platforms is another thing. Artificial intelligence may be used in association with automation, with digitalization on the normal work of platforms, but every one of those subjects or skills or techniques are different, and all of them create different problems and ask for different solutions. And one of our major efforts should concentrate on, as I mentioned before, clearing the field or cleaning the field and trying not to put everything together. This is a problem that both employers associations and trade unions are facing on a day-to-day basis. And as a matter of fact, what we assist, I would say both in Portugal, but probably in every European countries, and even outside Europe, is that all the discussion about AI is focusing itself on the algorithm, parameters, rules, criteria, and the discussion, how is it possible to deal with algorithms, how we should communicate them, how we should use them. And I would say this is the easy part. And in some countries, this is the case for Portugal. You already have specific rules on the labor code and in the labor laws defining what are the path you may use, what are the communications. There is a mandatory rule in the labor code that any use of algorithms, the criteria, the parameters, the rules applicable should be communicated prior to the adoption to the workers' council, the trade unions, delegates. So that's not the issue. And without doing so, without having a clear separation of what we want to rule or what we want to regulate, we will never get to the solution we need. And this is also the reason why the discussion within the society, but in particular between employers associations and trade unions and public representatives, the government and institutions like the Economic and Social Council, are always very messy because everyone are a little bit lost in translation and are discussing different issues. We have the same, I think it was Mrs. Sarismadini who mentioned that the number of collective agreements with the specific references to AI in France was 1 per 1,000. Well, in Portugal is a little better. We have 3 in 1,000. But all of them are fully concentrated on the algorithm issue. And as a matter of fact, they say exactly the same that the law prescribes. So there is no real issue on that. So this is the first great challenge. And without clearly separating what we are discussing and what matters we want to deal with, we will not go very, very far. Second great challenge is about predictions. We spend most of our time, I have an interesting table. It's a little bit difficult to see from here. There was a scholar, a well-known scholar, some years ago in 2018, I guess, published it in the MIT Technology Review, a sample of the predictions which were made so far about the impact on jobs, those jobs created and jobs destroyed. And as you see, you pick whatever you want. And the truth is, nobody really knows what will be the impact. And we spend most of our time discussing what is the number of jobs destroyed, what is the number of jobs created, instead of trying to define the better strategies to adapt ourselves to a change which is inevitable. And there is no specific reason to anticipate that there will be a huge distraction or a huge creation of jobs. Let me share with you an interesting example, because I spent some time studying what was the evolution of the job market in Portugal in the last 25 years. In the last 25 years, there was a major technological revolution with the full introduction of information technologies. But when one could say between 98, 99, the end of last century and 2023, everybody would say that there is not a very big difference in the job market. And well, probably there is the number of jobs created is not so big as before. There was a big distraction of jobs. When you see the figures, and I take as example the Portuguese case, but I'm pretty sure that the situation is not very different in other countries, in particular in Europe. The difference between the total number of workers active in the market, so jobs in 1999 was exactly the same, with a difference of 30,000 of the total number of jobs at the end of 2023. In the Portuguese case, we are talking about almost 5 million active workers. So the first reaction is, well, finally the job market didn't change a lot. But if you go into the detail, you see that the job market has almost a complete turnover. Some sectors, for instance, agriculture, fisheries, represented at the end of the 20th century, represented almost 12 to 13% of the employees. By 2023, it fell down to 2%. So there was a massive jobs distraction in both agriculture, fisheries, and forests. The number of jobs in industry and construction also had a major job distraction. The weight of the employment was around 22%, and it fell down to 13%. But you see an enormous creation of employment in what we call the intellectual and technological activities, which in those 25 years grew from 6% to 23% of the market. So my point is, instead of spending too much time discussing the impact on the distraction or the creation of jobs, we should focus on dealing with the conditions, or on creating the conditions for workers to adapt themselves to the new needs of the market. There is a constant in the last, I would say, 100 years. The technical evolution also created new needs, and the only way for us to answer to those needs is by upskilling, reskilling, and invest a lot on the creation of conditions for a better vocational training, for training on the job, and to associate very closely employers' associations and trade unions to the definition of those, with the public powers, of course, on the definition of those programs. My third and last, because I don't want to take too much time, my third and last reference is a specific reference to a case study I mentioned in my presentation. It is quite recent, and it was object of the publication of a paper in the International Journal for Automotive Technology and Management. And it is based on a lot of elements collected in the context of the automotive industry, involving a foreign-owned company, our main suppliers, and it analyzed the specific investment on technologies, and in particular on AI technologies. The first finding was that the productivity gains was mainly the result of capital investments, and in particular automation with AI. The second outcome is that there was very little involvement of the workers' representatives on the evaluation on those productivity gains. There was some discussions between the companies and the workers' representatives. In this specific big company, there is a workers' council, a very powerful workers' council, with a strong participation also in the management of the company. They have a it's clearly the German model, because we are talking about a major German automobile producer. But there is no real involvement on the analysis of the outcome. And to conclude, the job creation rose, notwithstanding the fact that there was a strong investment in automation and on the use of AI, the number of jobs created was clearly in excess when compared to the jobs destroyed. Of course, there was, with the reinforcement of automation, there was some jobs which were destroyed. But notwithstanding that, the total number of jobs created during that period was bigger than the number of jobs destroyed. And thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much.
Now, Zornitsa Rusinova, President of the National Council of Economy and Work in Bulgaria.
For the invitation of being here, dear distinguished colleagues. And it's really very challenging and interesting to talk about AI in this gorgeous building. And I will start with a quote by Einstein that information is not knowledge. So knowledge is not an algorithm. So whatever we talk about AI is how we can use it. And I'll continue with another story before I start my presentation. Maybe some of you know, others have forgotten that the commercial typewriter was invented in 1874 or in 1870s in the US. But it started to be used as a common tool of writing later in the 80s last century. So it took 1 century from the commercial machine in order to make it usable everywhere. And maybe more than 90% of the typewriters were women. Are these women still working or on the labor market? Most probably, yeah, they are, if they're not retired. So it's a matter of speed, and it's a matter of a big challenge right now for everyone, because if we look at the technological changes and the revolution, now the big challenge is the speed and time. We now see that for less than 1 month, there is a big progress in what the AI can do and how it is attributed to the economy. And that's why the role of the National Economic and Social Councils and the European Economic and Social Committee in speeding up or in challenging some of the questions that are needed on European level, it's quite important. The Bulgarian Economic and Social Council has one of its horizontal priorities, the digital transformation. So we have a lot of opinions and analysis data concerning the digital transformation of Bulgaria. And last year we were commissioned by the Bulgarian president to make an analysis on what is the impact of artificial intelligence on the labor market of Bulgaria. The Bulgarian Economic and Social Council consists of the three groups: the employers, unions, and civil society organizations and academics. So it was consensusly adopted, and it puts a lot of questions on what are the opportunities and challenges for the labor market in Bulgaria, because the situation in Bulgaria is very similar to many member states. Quite low unemployment rate, very challenging demographic trends on labor market, because Bulgaria is on one of the last places, but the whole demographic challenge in Europe is a big issue. And together with that, we have the digital and the green transformation. So more and more we talk about now is the digital, the green, and the demographic transformation as the three big challenges for Europe. And we provided very good background of what are the challenges, but also the National Economic and Social Council presented several recommendations for what can be done in order to reshape the trends of the labor market in Bulgaria, and use the AI as one of the tools to resolve these challenges of the labor market. We have focused on several key issues. The first one is the social and environmental risks and what can be done in order to mitigate this risk. There should be a common plan how to address the potential job displacement through comprehensive social policies and workforce reskilling programs. And I can say here that the experience that we have in Bulgarian between the social partners and the pact the social partners have made can be very useful. And I think this is an overall trend in Europe that can be used. Monitor and reduce the environmental impact on AI, particularly its energy consumption, because what we can see is that the AI transformation and the digital transformation challenges the green transition, and sometimes it can have a different and double effect. Skills development and education. Here we can talk still again, the first factor is speed, how fast we adapt our educational and lifelong learning systems, not only on national level, but also on European level. Last year was the year of skills in Europe, but I'm not sure that anyone from the social partners or the academics have the feeling that something dramatically has changed in Europe about skills. So trying to integrate the AI-focused training into national educational programs and the vocational training and making more transferable on European level is one of the key issues for all the workforce in Europe. Utilize digital skills profiles developed by the social partners. In our country, we have a good experience where the social partners made a profile of maybe 90 different professions and required digital skills for these professions. And now with European funding, the government is financing these trainings in order to upgrade the skills of the workforce, and encourage lifelong learning initiative through public-private partnerships. Stakeholders engagement. This is crucial in order to have a really good strategy to involve the social partners, the civil society, the industry, not only on national level, but I think in European level, because right now we have much more concerns about the supply chain, the global market, and I think this can be one of the competitive advantages of Europe. Regulatory alignment and institutional capacity. The legal framework and the regulatory bodies on EU level, we see that the speed that they are reacting is not as the industry is expecting. But anyway, I think with the new commission and the challenges and what we see as the first ideas of legal acts, we hope that some of the issues would be resolved on European level. And this means that it can be further on resolved on national level. Establish expert teams with high-risk sectors to monitor AI system and ensure compliance. The expert teams must include representatives of organized civil society, social partners, and academics. So we really admire the idea of our Italian colleagues to make this observatory. Fostering innovation and economic growth, incentives, investments in AI-related research and development, especially in small and medium enterprises. And establish collaborative platforms for innovation involving academia, industry, and governments. Data protection and cyber security. Enhance cybersecurity frameworks to protect data integrity and privacy of AI system, and raise awareness about AI-related risks such as fraud and misinformation, because one of the big social impacts and challenges is the use in AI for disinformation, and it has not only social impacts or commercial impacts, but also impacts on political level. And we see that democracy is quite much challenged sometimes, even with the last European election in many member states. Promoting ethical AI use, safeguard workers' rights, and ensure transparency in AI applications, particularly in high-risk areas like hiring, task allocation, performance evaluation, and develop national standards for ethical AI deployment and monitoring. By these key recommendations, we really expect there should be a more targeted role of national government on how to go through the digital transition. The National Economic and Social Council has already adopted several different opinions that concern the use of AI, like the role of AI on human capital management and working condition, in the context of the platform directive, digital Bulgaria, policies, measures, and challenges, analysis on what are the challenges on the future labor market, and the challenges and opportunities in the context of digital Europe. Thank you very much. I really hope that the contribution from today's conference, and this is what we are planning this year, the age of artificial intelligence, balance between regulation, economic efficiency, and social justice. Because the use of AI is not only a challenge on the labor market, but it also has a lot of social impacts, not only on the income, but social inclusion and social exclusion, especially when we talk about elderly people or people with disabilities, when they lack the necessary skills. And I'm sure that we all, as representing civil society, organized civil society in Europe, would contribute for the challenges that put ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much also for the time.
Thank you for sticking to your time limit. And we close with the General Secretary of Greek Connect, Apostolos Xerafis.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I came for my first time here at the time of President Marzano. And today I have the opportunity to admire the speech of Mr. Brunetta, but also yours. In this temple of democracy and wisdom, imagine, and I see the picture of the Athens Academy, and on the other side, the Renaissance Italian philosophers. Imagine the same room with a deep knowledge data center in the middle of artificial intelligence, with us in, or maybe not, preparing opinions to give to the governor without artificial intelligence. Maybe it will happen, maybe not. But for sure, it is clear that the challenges of AI are not just technical, they are profoundly social, ethical, and political. AI is reshaping our world, and the question we must ask, it is not how to adapt, but how to ensure that it serves our shared values, of fairness, of justice, solidarity, and democracy. Today, and in this case, in our case, the critical question for ourselves as economic and social councils and similar institutions must be how we can ensure that social dialogue institutions evolve to foster inclusion, fairness, stability in this new AI-driven world. So in the context of interconnected complexity, accelerated change, cultural plurality, social dialogue institutions, traditionally structured as slow-moving, consensus-driving entities, are facing an unprecedented challenge. They must adapt to the reality of the rapidly changing AI-influenced world, and the institutions such as ours can no longer be passive observers. They must become active architects of AI governance inside themselves also, and champions of public good, for sure. Inevitably, AI impacts on social dialogue institutions. AI-driven automation is polarizing labor markets. AI systems increasingly being used to inform policy decisions, from resource allocation to hiring even practices, yet many AI systems operate as black boxes. And on that, we need to fully understand how they make decisions, the algorithms. It will be the challenge for tomorrow. This lack of transparency and challenges the truth and the trust and the accountability that are fundamental for social dialogue. Inequality amplifications and regarding the existing biases that the algorithm can exacerbate social inequalities by reinforcing gender, racial, or economic biases. Social dialogue institutions must ensure that AI governance is grounded on ethical governance, on ethical standards, prioritizing fairness and accountability. And the traditional trade unions, work organizations, civil society organizations needs to become obsolete in an economy that is rapidly moving toward gig work, freelancing, and AI-driven tasks. So social dialogue institutions need to broaden their scope of intervention into this new era, and we have to rethink representation and in this new and fluid economy. So in the opportunities for reinvention, AI can become a tool for mediation, and it has been stated before in real-time negotiations, as Anna said about the consultations for the agreements. And also AI-powered platforms can give a voice to traditionally underrepresented groups, marginalized communities, gig workers, and others, making social dialogue more inclusive and dynamic. And virtual consultations can complement traditional forms of dialogue. Through predictive analysis, President said it before, for social dialogue institutions can better foresee future disruptions, whether labor market shifts or democratic changes, and plan accordingly. AI enables more proactive and anticipatory governance under some conditions, allowing institutions to address potential conflicts before they escalate. Europe is a strong, with its strong focus on human rights and ethical governance, it is a unique position to lead the world in embedding ethical AI standards. We must ensure that the AI systems are transparent, accountable, and fair, and that they can uphold the dignity of our workers. All in all, I propose 3 key pathways for action. Invest in AI literacy, redesign institutions for flexibility, and strengthen multilateral cooperations. Can AI replace dialogue in social dialogue institutions? The answer for me is no, as dialogue is fundamentally a human. It is rooted in empathy and trust, feelings and sentiments. Think a little bit of James March and Herbert Simon. AI excels at processing vast amounts of data, can also have deep knowledge in it, but by recognizing patterns, but cannot feel the lived experiences of workers, the pressures faced by the employers, businesses, or the societal responsibilities of the governments. AI lacks the essential human qualities that drive meaningful dialogue we're doing here. So, all in all, and in conclusion, for myself, for my humble opinion, while AI is a powerful ally, the responsibility of social dialogue rests firmly with people. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, thank you very much. Molto interessante.
It was a very interesting journey for me and for everyone, and I leave the floor to President Brunetto for the conclusion. So before concluding, we have only a few words. I want to leave the strategic conclusions to a friend, Under Secretary Baracchini, who is the Under Secretary to the President of the Council of Ministry with the delegation to information and editorial. We talked too little about this, and maybe this is the field which is most delicate in terms of application, impact, effects on demography and artificial intelligence. So no one is better than persons responsible in the government for this delicate sector. We can think of newspapers and books on communication. And let's think of the replacement of artificial intelligence with risk or no return in this very delicate area. So it's a great pleasure for me to give the floor to Alberto Barachini so that he can give a summary and give his evaluation, also indicate the strategy, the best strategy. Thank you, President, for this opportunity to talk to you about a strategic topic such as AI. Personally, as I listen to the different programs, I understand the urgency of companies, Italian and European companies, to adopt all the tools in order to be competitive in a complex, dynamic market, sometimes also very quick. So even in the most delicate field, such as the one of information, we have to avoid the Cassandra effect. There is no misfortune in front of us. Our work is to find opportunities and solutions. I was reading newspapers as I do every morning, and by reading some articles, I thought that Europe has a new great opportunity, the opportunity not to be divided in front of a potential crisis of the relations with the top companies, but he has the opportunity to transform this challenge into a positive opportunity. We have what we can do, starting from a defense of occupational level, starting from a European history, shared of rules that is not stopping innovation, but it is accompanying and orienting innovation in the best possible ways. I think this moment needs analysis and studies and clear actions. We have the studies. Also, the CEO of the European House, Ambrosetti, told us, confirmed us. Also, President Brunetta confirmed that with the 𝗕PERA initiative, and also about the data analysis. We play a basic challenge because not all these data are receivable, because some of this data can direct many economic and financial actions. So the balancing in the sustainable development is the key concept from which we should start. I think we did many things. We tried to carry out many actions in order to find a sustainable development and a balance on the use of AI, also in journalistic information. This is a topic that concerns the democratic awareness. We established a think tank presided by Paolo Benatti. This commission produced the facts that are today contained in a bill which is in the stage of amendment in the Senate. That started from an analysis that impressed us. It is a survey based on a survey that certified the fact that basically 50% of Italian citizens do not see difference between digital information, anonymous digital information produced by algorithm, and the professional information produced by journalists, human journalists. It's not a topic of perception, it's a topic of development of the capability of narration, so in view of a pluralistic democratic treatment of information. And we have the watermarking, an innovation that many of you know. So when a report is marked in a way so that this report cannot be changed without passing the threshold of this watermarking. And so that this is a symbol, provision is a defense of copyright, because it also has economic and financial repercussions. This bill contains three basic points that from our point of view mark the Italian vision to AI. The first is the recognition of content. Content generated by AI should be easily identifiable by a citizen, because all the data we possess do not tell exactly what is told us. That is, that digital change of the content is easily readable. No, it is certainly not easy to see, because 30% of young people, says a recent survey, cannot distinguish an artificially modified content from an original one. The second point is that copyright should be happen before and after the intervention of AI, because this involves a remuneration of the effort that was made by human intellect that supports the overall system. Third point is a total innovation in comparison to the AI EU Act, which is our polar star. We worked in total tune with the next IA Act, also in the defense of copyright. So third point is the crime of deep fake, because we think that one of the great risks in this moment is the deep fake, which is considered as a sort of paradoxical content, but it contains things that are dangerous for the life of companies. You can think of what can condition the companies at the level of democratic process. We have seen in Europe what happened in some countries, what is still happening because of this, of the deep fake. So we have to identify what is real and distinguish from what is not real. That is why I have some slides here of a survey that impressed me, a survey made by Ipsos. We can watch them together. So about the awareness and concern of the mechanism of deep fake. The first slide explains that only 51% of the global population AI increases the risk of misinformation. And in Italy, this is a belief of 46%. We have to remember an important moment for the reflection on this topic. It is the speech of Pope Francis at the G7 in Puglia, because Pope Francis emphasized three topics: the ambivalence of the role of the IA, perceived by 80% of Italians, the need to educate to avoid fake news, perceived by 60% of Italian citizens. So to educate people to recognize the fake news, and 20% said emphasize the urgency of ensuring an ethical use of AI, the ethics of the use of AI. Then even more concerning is the fact that 46% of Italians don't know what deepfake is, and only 30% know what deepfake means or know the term deepfake. 46% do not never heard of it. 24% have doubts about the meaning, and 30% never heard the term deepfake. Why this datum is important? Because companies have a different awareness. Because for companies, 64% of them know very well what are the risks of deepfake. 3 out of 4 major global companies consider fake news a real risk to their business. And we see the consequences this can have on the company's life. In terms of productivity, I perfectly understand the positive aspect of IA. There are thousands of positive potential development, but we have to work so that this development take place in the framework of a safe ecosystem. So we work with cybersecurity because so that digital training, we did a campaign on cybersecurity in order to protect companies and increase the awareness of workers. How we are playing this strong role in the fight to piracy. And these are topics that are strictly interconnected because they are bringing to the awareness of risks in the digital world. So there are many battlefronts, but they are all part of the same war. So in order to become more operational, we are playing a role that can be defined as the nudging in the world of information journalism. So we ask editors to adopt ethical codes of behavior in their company. And we are very satisfied for the fact that during the Trento forum of Il Sole 24 Ore, 24 hours, in which we collaborated because it takes up many of the elements that were contained in our in the report on the Committee on IA. So this is important for sharing this kind of opportunity of innovation. And the same did ANSA agency, and the same ADN Kronos, and also the deontological code of the role of journalists introduced this code based on the responsibility of humans, because information can use any technological tool, but it must have a face, and someone must be responsible. Otherwise, it is not a correct information. We are working on many tables. We worked on during the discussion of the budget. We work on the data collection in order to have from Google the best analysis on the divisions of content. Basically, we try to carry out many actions to bring back to citizens the highest number of transparent operations on, and that is the best way for making a democratic participation efficient. So there could not be, we cannot have a better conclusion. I just want to add a very small thing. Artificial intelligence generative artificial intelligence. Okay, it is not enough. Today, together with Oliver, we launched artificial intelligence, generative, but also participative. And that's the other concept. Of course, we are the intermediate bodies, we are the EESC, we are the expression of the forces of civil society. We could not express this in a different way, but a retro thought could be, it is not that AI, participative and generative AI costs more if it is out of the market. And it is not that it is too complicated, so it loses competitiveness, this kind of European pattern, because there are too many rules, there are high costs, there is less competitiveness, too many rights are to be protected, because this is the retro thought that we could have. So I made an economic analysis, and the economic analysis brings me to say that generative AI that has also the participative component is convenient. It is cost effective. Why? Because it is more inclusive. We have seen this. And it is being implemented because it is more productive. It is less conflict-based. It is more efficient. It is more community-based, communal, more horizontal. It involves people. It makes people participate. It is more credible also. I explained this with customer satisfaction in private and public sectors. It is more credible in giving answers to people, to users. I don't like the word users. The clients of public and private administration, or public administration. So in a few words, it gives more social cohesion. And the concept of social cohesion is always adapted to growth. Combined with growth, the countries that have more social cohesion are also the countries that grow more. The countries where companies and public administration that have more cohesion are more efficient than the others. So another passage, also with opera, the opera we proposed, is this: artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, for sure, but also participative. And with what Alberto Barachini said, participation means to fight the deep fake, to fight the frauds, to fight unloyal competition. And all of this means more democracy. It simply means, with the word, refer to this or that part of the room. It means democracy. It means the primacy of this format, being together, which is democracy, which is the antithesis of authoritarianism. It is the antithesis of authoritarian and centralizing simplification, even in the technological area. It seems that authoritarian systems are more efficient in applicating the new technologies in the enforcement of new technologies because they're more verticalized. No, democracy is horizontal, and AI must be horizontal because it must be participative. So the end point of all this is the strength of all democracies. democracies in parliaments, in debates, in European construction. European construction is tiring. Maybe they are complicated systems, they are sometimes boring, they are dispersive, but no better others have been invented yet. So we get to the end of our reasoning. Artificial intelligence, of course, it constructs in the hands of humans. It produces more social cohesion, more inclusion, more rights, more efficiency, more productivity, and more growth. This is the pattern, the model towards which we have to go. It's not easy because we have very good competitors. They're simplifiers in the north and in the south of the world. But we must be aware that this is the value added of our old, extraordinary and cherished Europe. Thank you for coming.